There's that. There's that one. There's that one. Oh, I didn't even open TikTok Studio before going live. Don't care about that platform that much. And now I have to wait for it to load. They're like, yeah, I'm just gonna go live. Oh, one of the pieces of software is not open. Okay. Let's see what's behind here. Okay, nothing. I can move that far. I can move over there. I can move up there. I can move up there. Go live. There we go. How's everyone doing this fine Sunday? I just got a bunch of achievements, apparently. That's awesome. I'm guessing I got the achievements from playing the demo. Oh, I need to do that. And I need to do that. Get it so you guys can hear the game as I'm playing it. Okay, I don't have enough for that. I don't have enough for that. Can I use the controller? The controller works. Ooh, yes. Let's up my luck. And let's up my max health. I can go to a different place. Get rid of that. And go to this. There we go. What game is this? This is Vampire Crawlers. You know what? I should actually put it up on the feed for you guys. Because I can. My cat just meowed and jumped up to the window and like face planted into the window. Nope, that's not the one I wanted. It's the one I wanted. Wow, so many people have created things for this. Okay, heroes, come on. Yeah, this one. Um, I need to go into my documents, streaming stuff, images, game banners. You're a developer working on the heart of AI. Okay, what does that have to do with it being a bubble or not? Oh, also, why is chat not working? Oh, because it hasn't picked up TikTok chat yet, and that's the only one that people are talking in. Okay. Yeah, that takes forever to load up TikTok chat. Um, okay, Twitch is going to see back end stuff for a second while I put this in. Okay, it's just like that. Perfect. I made this really easy on myself. That makes me happy. Like, literally, if I just put that there and make it as wide as it should be. There we go. And now if I go back to gaming, hey, it's right there. That's what I wanted to see. You don't really need to use AI or large language models to keep up. There's other ways to keep up. Okay, Ari, everything you've described doesn't change whether or not it's a bubble. You've just described that it has usefulness. That doesn't change if it's a bubble or not. Oh, this is probably going to pop up on that screen. Yep, that's what I figured. Okay, let me go to this one, and we are going to copy there. There we go. Let me grab it for this one too. I want the hero one. It's going to be this one. Now, if I come back here, let's see. There's other industries that are bubbles and other things that are bubbles, but this is directly a bubble because the valuation of AI and large language models is higher than the actual value being gotten from it. Like, Crate Gaming, what is AI and LLMs? Have you not? How do I explain what AI and LLMs are to you if you don't know what those are? They're like everywhere. Miss Fairy, is that my argument in any way whatsoever? When have I said anything like search engines are fads if you don't learn how to go to the library and use microfilm? When have I ever made any comparison like that? Where's your bachelor's degree from? So we're now saying if I don't have a bachelor's degree in the specific categories you think are relevant, then we're just going to disregard everything I say? Is that what you're trying to say? No, I'm not going to let anyone up on stage because I'm streaming on multiple different platforms. You'd only be heard on one of them, and I have no way to know if you're going to come up and just try to get my live stream taken down, like a lot of AI bros have tried so far. If you don't have a formal education, what's your goal? Okay, what formal education do I need? Does my background in robotics engineering and AI development have any relevance to this at all? Because that's what I was going to go into when I was studying robotics engineering. Granted, that was a while ago when AI actually was a term for artificial intelligence instead of a term for large language models, which large language models are not artificial intelligence. It's just a buzzword that they threw on there to try to get more people interested because it looked like what we would consider AI, but it was just mimicking artificial intelligence. It's not actually artificial intelligence. Is that enough for me to actually have any relevance in this conversation and be able to run this stream, or should I just shut it down right now? Do I need to go to school and get a degree? What degree do I need to get to be qualified to say what I'm saying, in your opinion? Calm down, bro. I am calm. Like, that's the other one that I don't get is the people who are just like, oh, you're so heated. I'm like, no. There's times I'll play things up for the audience because it's fun. What's real AI then? Programs that are capable of actually learning and actually thinking. Large language models are not actually capable of thinking, they are just capable of mirroring. That's why they're trained on so much data, because they need the data that they're mirroring. There we go. TikTok chat just got connected. LLMs are not capable of learning. Once you create a large language model, it's not learning new information. When you talk to a chatbot, it's not learning new information. It's just using the entire history of your chat as the prompt. That's not learning. No, I don't think large language models could really be considered what we have thought of as AI for since the 1940s. Wrong, that's not how it works. Okay, how exactly does it work? Nobody. Because OpenAI and most different chatbots have released how it works. It only gathers information from your current chat. If you open a new chat window, it's not going to take any of the information from the old chat window. It's not actually learned any of that information. But when you're in an actual chat going back and forth, it uses the entire chat history as the prompt. Ah, so you're just going to sit in there and just say wrong if I say stuff. Okay. You're not actually, don't actually have a coherent thought. It's just, I don't agree with you, so wrong. Okay. I'll just go back to my game then. The internet bubble will pop soon too. What internet bubble? There was the .com bubble. It's not currently an internet bubble. Also, thank you guys for the gifts. That's exactly how it learns and answers the prompt. It's not actually learning, though. It's just using the entire page as a prompt. That's not learning. Yeah, there's some chatbots that give you the option to carry over information to a new chat, but the way it does it is still the same, where it's just using the entire chat as part of the prompt. Kind of like if you say, hey, can you proofread this document for me? And you attach the document. Like, that's the same way that works. How is it harmful? Except for the water it consumes, the heat it produces, the power prices that it increases. Heck, I even have it pulled up in a window I can show you guys. Yeah, Bitcoin actually was harmful. It's used a lot less now, so it's less harmful than it was, but yeah, Bitcoin was and still is fairly harmful. Oh, so you're just spamming different things and calling them bubbles. Okay. How is Bitcoin harmful? The massive power generate or the massive power requirements and the data center requirements for Bitcoin compared to how much value it was actually really doing for the world. Like, yeah, Bitcoin in and of itself. And also the fact that most cryptocurrencies are pump and dumps. Yeah. Is this rage bait? No. It's honesty. You can't be giving a bold claim and not giving any realistic things to back it up. Okay. Do you want to know about the harm or the bubble? I literally prepped all of this beforehand. I can go over the Utah data center that's going to be massively harmful. Yeah, sure. It's mostly companies and how companies in the US have been going about LLMs and AI. Average AI hater. I actually like LLMs and AI. I think they're powerful, decent tools, but the way we've been going about it in the US is harmful. Directly harmful. Like measurably harmful. Try what for myself, Adam? I have used large language models and AI. It's kind of hard to avoid using any of those. What's my solution? If we pretty much pop the bubble and go back to having it be something that is researched for social good instead of just, oh, we're going to make 50 million chatbots that don't really do much except talk to people and create these weird characters while burning down half the forests of the world to do so. Like, yeah. And yes, I'm being hyperbolic. We're not burning down half the forests of the world to do this, but we're still doing it irreparable damage at this point. Yeah, if we try to use them efficiently and actually benefit from it, then that's better. Like when the actual harm to benefit goes more towards the side of benefit than harm, then that's what we should be doing. Right now, we are just pushing more and more harm. Okay, the dude who's just sitting in the chat saying everything is a bubble, I'm just gonna mute you, dude, because it's kind of pointless. You're not actually making a coherent point. You're just doing fairly bad trolling. Let's see if you're still here in 5 minutes. What's the bubble? Let's see. Did I actually pull up? I did not pull up the actual diagram. I meant to pull up the actual diagram that shows it decently. I have another diagram I can pull up that someone made for me. Oh my gosh, that is so tiny. It's not actually useful. Let's see. Is this one? Yay, that one's actually a decent size. That'll help. So most of the invested money for AI and most of the money that AI is using is investments from other companies because those companies are hoping that the money will just come back to them and actually make more money. And so it's mostly just these companies giving money to each other. The outside money from people buying tokens and things like that is minuscule compared to the investment money that has been spread around. And that is one key part of a bubble. The other way we can see that it is a bubble is if we look at stocks of companies that were not doing that great and then announced, hey, we might do something AI related, and their stock price jumps massively. Like these guys not really doing all that great. And then stock price jumps because they just mention AI. Things like that show that it is a bubble. Show NVIDIA's revenue. I mean, most of NVIDIA's revenue is from them giving money to the different AI companies and then coming back into them. But NVIDIA is selling the GPUs, not AI. NVIDIA is not making revenue from an AI product that they're selling. They're making money from the GPUs. There are some AI companies that are starting to become profitable. They're getting close, supposedly. But yeah, for the most part, AI is just a bubble. I think there's plenty of uses for AI, and I think there's plenty of uses for large language models. I don't think we're using them for anything that is going to be super useful currently, but because like most of the major uses that they could be used for, we're kind of ignoring right now. Like one of the biggest uses that I've mentioned multiple times in live streams is in the medical field. It's able to catch things faster than a human, but it still needs a human to actually look over the data that the AI is giving. It's a tool for humans to use, not something to replace humans. What specific falsifiable event or metric would change your mind? If the money coming in from tokens and people using AI was even, let's say, 60% of the cost of running the AI and training the AI, then I would think it's more reasonable. I wouldn't think that it's not harmful because the harm comes from other things that are very annoying. But if we were using more closely the Chinese model of how to make and train AI, it would be better. Because they've been going at it from we are limited on the resources that we can use because there's embargoes on what GPUs they can have because of the US. And so they've had to do it from the ground up, going, okay, we're limited to this amount of performance out of our hardware. What can we do with that? I think a good example of something similar was if you look at video games on the Xbox 360, towards the end of the Xbox 360's lifespan, you started seeing games pushing how far that hardware could go. If you compare it to early games, they weren't really pushing that hardware. They knew the limitations, and so they worked within the limitations to make it as high power as they could without pushing that thing to a breaking point. Where in the US, we have a tendency to push things to a breaking point. GitHub profile, I don't code that often. And so my GitHub doesn't really have anything on it. Oh God, is there actually a flat earther in my chat or just someone pretending to be a flat earther because they think it's a funny joke that is comparable to me saying stuff about AI? Dirty data, what exactly am I wrong about? I'm not wrong. Okay. AI will get my job. Okay, how is AI going to hold a screwdriver to repair a laptop? How is AI going to set up a network? How is AI going to go to a user's desk and troubleshoot their desktop issue? I work IT. I'm not worried about AI taking my job. I know it's going to take a lot of people's jobs, and a lot of people are going to lose their jobs because of AI and large language models, but it's because a lot of people don't realize how limited AI and large language models are. And companies are more willing to just fire people and then go 6 months later, oh, well, that didn't work out. We'll just hire people back. I'm waiting for PR Crash to say anything more than maybe here will work better. Oh, there we go. You see a lot of people just repeating slop they hear on the news. Okay. Are Sapphire motherboards good? Sapphire as in the company? I haven't worked with motherboards by Sapphire. Or is that a distinction of motherboards? AI can't actively learn anything. Well, LLMs can't actively learn anything. There's some where they've modified them so it's kind of like learning, but most chatbots don't actively learn. And granted, some of that is to prevent issues that have happened in the past when we've had different actual learning algorithms interacting with people. I mean, look at what happened with Microsoft's learning algorithm when it had it go onto Twitter. You were commenting on TikTok. Okay. For anyone that doesn't realize, I mean, watch, TikTok's not going to move as fast now that I'm showing you guys. But usually, like, this is all the past minute. So it takes me a few seconds to read a comment. And so I'm usually going like, okay, we are going to watch this one and try to read this one. Oh, it's gotten bumped up 2 more times. Okay, I got to start back over because I have ADHD. And so it's hard to read things that actively move. Danger Dad, where did I say that it's going to go away? Did .coms go away when the .com bubble popped? They're new into motherboards. Okay. I haven't seen any of their motherboards, so I wouldn't know if they're good or not. I don't think it's going to take 5 years for it to pop. And I never said anything about AI not being useful. Like, that seems to be what a lot of people seem to think these two things mean, even though they don't mean any of that. If an ambulance that saved 500 people a day, like, made sure they didn't die, if an ambulance did that, but every time you drove the ambulance, you had to off like 50 puppies per minute, I would think that ambulance is harmful. Even though it's saved countless lives, it's doing it in a harmful way. Does that make more sense? Does that help you guys realize why I'm saying it's harmful and it can still be useful? Let's upgrade my garlic. I'm not trying to rage bait. Like, yes, I want a conversation, and I know a lot of people will talk in the chat if I have this as my thing, but I'm not trying to rage bait. Okay, I thought that was going to be another person saying something dumb in the comments. No, it was a funny joke. Yeah. What exactly is the response I'm looking for? People to actually have a conversation, people to actually learn. Oh yeah, there's a ton of very good uses for large language models and AI, and someone in my TikTok chat even mentioned one. It is really good for the medical field because it can help doctors find things a lot sooner. Granted, you still need a doctor there to go over the data and to verify it, but it doesn't really change anything. Like, it's still useful. It just means it's more than just one step. And I think a lot of people just think it should be one step, even though we very much should not just use it as one step. It should not be replacing a worker. It should not be something that just speeds up a worker. It should be a tool that the worker can use if they want to. It shouldn't be something that's forced. You got a question. Is it true that trick AI to do stuff with the right prompt? I think I understand what you're trying to ask. Yes, most chatbots have ways to trick them into doing things that were not fully intended. And sometimes it's fairly easy because the people who are creating the chatbots don't understand how easy it is to trick a chatbot into doing things it shouldn't. I mean, just look at what happened with Grok. And that is a fine example of how going headlong into AI and being like, oh, we should just do things and break stuff just ends up being harmful. Oh, because it returned to my hand, it didn't count as. Wouldn't I be concerned that your doctor is using AI? If the doctor was using the AI to do his job instead of doing it himself, then yes, or herself. I mean, heck, the doctors I go to, I usually go to women doctors because I'm less likely to have a doctor go, yeah, that's fake. I was literally talking with one of my friends yesterday about how for the longest time I was trying to get diagnosed why I get migraines frequently and had doctors going, oh, that's not real. Even after I learned from another doctor what a barometric pressure headache is, I still had guy doctors telling me, no, that's not real. But then when I had a woman be my doctor, she instantly went, yeah, barometric pressure headaches are very real. Here's some things you can do yourself. Here's some medications we can try. Here's the entire breakdown we can go through. If that doctor was using AI to help diagnose me, yeah, that's fantastic. If they're using it as a tool, like, I mean, heck, I wouldn't complain if the doctor went over to a bookshelf and looked up an illness. It's the same thing. As long as the AI model is not hallucinating as much as current models tend to do, fantastic. If the doctor is double checking the information, fantastic. There's ways to do all of this stuff decently and safely. Ooh, gold armor. Yeah, if we extract most of the money that's been put into AI, it would be better off. Oh no, I legitimately get migraines because the barometric pressure. I grew up in an area that was a lot like I now live in a mountainous area, and so the pressure changes are a lot more extreme. Growing up, I didn't have that issue because I lived in areas where the pressure difference was not super extreme. Couldn't AI be used as an advanced meta search? Yeah. Like if you train it on the data and then have it be able to pull that data. I mean, one of the good examples of it doing exactly that is Gemini, how Gemini works on the Google search. Like it's giving you actual references to the things that it is saying. Like, yes, it still bugs the heck out of me because using the AI search without going to the places it's referencing or the places it's using to get information is just making it so those places can't pay their bills to keep that site online. AI ain't harmful in a bubble. It is. Would you like me to pull up the evidence that it's a bubble or harmful? I can pull up both of those. But just coming in and saying it ain't it doesn't change the facts. Oh yeah, no, like that's honestly my biggest issue and why AI is currently harmful is because of how much money is backing it right now. It's being used as an investment tool and it's being used for greed. Okay, so you want to go over the harm? Here's part of the harm. AI data centers are increasing the temperature around the areas that they are in. This is the actual study. It's broken down better in these articles because studies are very dense. I've gone through this one. Um, let's see. Do I have the one? Yeah. AI data centers are raising the temperatures up to 6 miles away from the data centers by multiple degrees. I mean, heck, parts of the study even show that it is going up by, isn't it 16 degrees Fahrenheit? Okay, six. If you've already solved it, why is the fix not being implemented? Oh, that's right. It's because most of the stuff that's driving large language models and AI data centers right now is greed. And so they would rather do the quick and easy fixes that aren't actually going to be beneficial. They'd rather just make more data centers as fast as possible. Wait until 2026. So all of the 1,500 data centers that are currently in process and projected to be built by 2026 will still have this same issue that I'm pointing out. So it's currently harmful. You just have some fix that's going to come out in the future. So how does your fix that comes out in the future change what is currently on the screen? How can there possibly be enough data to prove it's affecting temperatures? Here is the study. You can go through the methodology of how they collected their data and how they've researched this. AI has been around for a couple of years now. It is easy to actually go through and get data on this stuff. The fix is computational. That's not going to fix this issue. The problem isn't computational. The servers still generate heat. That heat has to be dissipated in some way. The way they're currently dissipating it is putting it on the atmosphere. Go through the methodology. Do you know how boring of a stream that's going to be? I've already gone through the methodology on this study. How heat generates, bro. Yeah, so here. If you take AI and make it use like 50% less resources, yes, that'll decrease how much those servers are actually going to be putting out heat. But do you know what the corporations who are really greedy will do once they realize, oh, it's using 50% less resources? Okay, let's split that server to do two AI models. And now it's doing 100% of the resources again. So we're back at the same exact problem. What misinformation am I spreading, Six? Before you jump onto another thing, specify what misinformation I'm spreading. I'm showing the active harm that is currently happening. You're talking about stuff that's going to come out in the future, possibly. So I should be basing my stuff off of the probable future. I should be talking about the probable future, not the active things currently going on. Yeah, the problem isn't directly the like I don't think LLMs are actively being the ones choosing to do harm. No, it's the massive corporations that have put so much stock into AI that they are now pushing it so directly onto everyone because they want to get their money out of it. It's an investment for them. It's not actual technology and they're not trying to advance technology. They're just trying to do an investment that they can get money out of. Yeah, I've already said AI is a good tool for some things. It being able to help with cancer and tracking cancer doesn't change the fact that we're doing it in harmful ways. Like I said before, if the way to make one drop of some cancer drug that helps people was to burn 50 puppies, I would say it's harmful. I'd also say it's being helpful to some people, but it's being harmful. What's the difference between machine learning and deep learning AI? Deep learning AI continuously learns after it actually goes through the training process. But we're talking about LLMs. They use machine learning to train LLMs. They don't tend to do deep learning. That's why I specify LLMs. I'm not talking about what is actually AI and what we've called AI for the past decade. I'm talking about what's currently being marketed as AI. No, AI is harmful because of the stuff on the screen. Okay, since you're spamming in my chat, you get a nice little timeout, dude. Because I'm literally trying to read other people's comments and you're pushing them off the screen because you want attention. You don't get attention. Okay, to the person in the TikTok chat who keeps talking about the medical uses of AI, I've already agreed with you that it has a good use in medical. I don't get why you're constantly like spamming a new thing about the medical uses like every minute. I've already agreed with you, dude. What about the bubble? Exactly. Do you want me to explain how it is a bubble? What side of AI do you consider harmful? Well, for one thing, this. Oh, I didn't even pull up the harm on like actual people. I mean, the main thing that we can look at to see how it is a bubble, like the evidence that it's a bubble, is things like this. Allbirds announcing that they were planning. I haven't even looked to see if they've gone through with buying GPUs to rent out. But right here, they announced that they were planning on renting out GPUs for AI use. And their stock price jumped up massively. It went up by like 6 times. And it's fallen off because people have found out, oh, they might not actually do it. And so, yeah, it's kind of like the same thing with pump and dumps. A lot of people jump on the moment that AI is mentioned and then realize, oh, we should sell right now before we lose money on it. That's just part of the AI bubble. The other things that we can look at are things like this. The fact that most of the money for AI and the most of the money that's being used to build out data centers and everything is just companies investing in each other, not actual revenue being earned. Is data engineering worth studying? Do you like spreadsheets? That's usually the question that easily gets it. If you don't like the character limit on TikTok, I am live on YouTube and Twitch. They both have way better character limits. And it's easier for me to read your comment on there because it's not getting pushed off the screen so quickly. Yeah, Wretchedly Plays shows one of the reasons it's also harmful, because CEOs are going, oh, this is going to make it so I don't have to have as many employees. I'm going to push it as hard as possible without actually realizing it's not going to help them. Because a lot of these companies are pushing it so quickly and so hard that they're just breaking stuff and realizing after the fact, oh, we have to hire people back again. Let's do that one, do it again, do that, yeah, and do that. Saying it's not helpful is a fallacy, though. I definitely agree that it's ultimately a net negative. Where did I say that it's not helping? This is my statement. Where the fuck are you finding these extra words? What are some good concentrations in computer science that are more AI proof? I mean, honestly, if you go into programming, like, that is one, like, yes, AI can help you with it, but you're still going to have a job, because AI code is not perfect and people are not actively going over the AI code that they're using. And so we frequently have bad AI code being used. It's one of those things that is going to bite us in the butt over the next like 20 years. There's going to be a lot of different companies and businesses that realize they have really bad code because someone decided to vibe code because they thought they could do that instead of actually coding something or reviewing the code that they were using. Are system administrators safe from LLM takeovers? Yeah. Where do I think the capital goes after LLMs if it collapses? Um, Most of the capital is already with like companies like Nvidia and construction companies that have started building out data centers, and I think we're going to see some companies go bankrupt. Um, there's a big one that has a high chance of going bankrupt, hence why they have been pushing for more companies to use AI, and they've also been trying to diversify into other things like buying TikTok and trying to push that farce. If you don't know, I'm talking about Oracle. Oh yeah, where would people start investing after AI? Yeah, that one I feel like quantum computing might be the thing that they start investing in, but I never try to predict where companies will invest because sometimes they pick the most random things. How much does the average salary from your place or any was that is that supposed to be a coherent question? Yeah, AI isn't the problem, it's corporate interests. I agree with you. But the current way that the US uses AI and large language models is harmful. Oh, I really hope they try to put data centers in space and then realize it's one of those things like they don't want to listen to the people who know how these things work, and they just think, well, space is the answer for everything and I've put a lot of money into space, and it just ends up biting them in the butt because they're morons half the time. Just stay in your place in IT. I What? Yeah, you like vibe coding, and so you really like AI. Like, it's just going to be causing problems down the road. Vibe coding literally is going to be causing problems because so many people aren't bothering to look at the code that they actually implement, and they don't check that the AI is actually making good code, and they don't know what's in the code. So when things go wrong, they don't know how to patch it or fix the code because they're not the ones that actually created it. AI is great. Cry harder. Okay, you really like AI and you want to offload all your thought process onto it until you literally can't think for yourself. Good. Yeah, vibe coding's already caused a lot of problems, but I like my main thing is it's going to cause problems for decades to come. Like, I don't think people realize how long term the ramifications are going to be. Yeah, AI is a tool, not a replacement for people. That's the thing that corporations have not been bothering with. They're just like, me. I still want AI. I want to put it into everything because I think it's going to make it so I earn more money. Should you stop using AI? I recommend using it as little as possible. If you need it for your job, if it's a requirement, I mean, heck, you should still use it if your job is requiring it. But at the same time, you should make sure to realize that it's not infallible. And a lot of corporations don't realize that. And so they just tend to push it hardcore and they end up causing more issues for themselves. Ooh, rainbow armor. Um, is Anthropic or OpenAI more vulnerable in your view? Anthropic, honestly, because of what just happened recently. They created an AI that can find vulnerabilities, and they tried to like host it someplace private where no one could find it, and within like a day, hackers had found where it was. Oh, there's a wasp that got in. Joy. Yeah, no, AI hallucinations are one of the big problems that isn't really talked about as much as it should be, honestly, because AI hallucinates a lot and it's not getting better from the study that OpenAI did. They saw that it was actually getting worse each generation. Let's see, what have I missed? Do you mean big AI is a bubble or like the concept itself? How would the concept be a financial bubble? Let's do garlic, let's do armor, let's do that. Ooh, yeah, I want a king battle. Let's do candle. Let's do that, and then that. Can I explain how LLMs work? Something basic, perhaps, like token. Why? What does, like, yes, I can explain how large language models work, but what does that change about what's on the screen? Like, honestly, what does that change? Six, you're the one who decided I'm talking about something different. Instead of asking me what I'm talking about, you decided what I was talking about and then decided to debate that person. Oh, if you're an AI, then I'm just going to do this. I don't need an AI in my comment section, so you're muted for 5 minutes. Joke around and find out. How many if statements does something become AI? I think it's more just which marketing department wants to call it AI. That's the sad thing. Like, AI used to actually mean something credible. Oh yeah, I know if I mute an AI for 5 minutes, it means nothing. I know that person isn't actually AI, and so it's just gonna piss them off. Who else is making this argument publicly? Is there anyone doing a good job of this? What do you mean? There's a lot of people who are talking about how AI is harmful. I mean, one of my favorite videos about some of the stuff is Endeavorance. He's talked about some of the stuff. Who else have I listened to lately that's talked about it? It's one of those that, like, it's not talked about a ton because it's usually tech people who know if it's harmful, and so most of the people who would bring it up don't have the tech background. Local AI is not harmful. It's liberating for humanity. How is the local AI trained? If it's you training a local AI yourself using only your own hardware, sure. I'm not saying that that's harmful. Define harmful. Directly doing active harm to the local communities where AI data centers are being installed. Signal of the eye. I have been in the comments. I'm not bringing you up onto my stream because, for one thing, I'm streaming on multiple platforms. Only TikTok would be able to hear you or see that you're in the stream. And then for another thing, the amount of times I've done this live stream with this topic and tech bros who really like AI have reported my stream to try to get it taken down tells me that if I bring people up, there's a risk of them jumping in to get me taken down on all the platforms I stream on. So no, I'm not going to risk that. You can make an argument in the comments if you don't have enough actual, like, characters in the comments on TikTok. You can also go over to YouTube and Twitch that have longer character limits. If you can't be concise in your comment, then you can't be concise in your argument. Am I AI? No. AI is used for science and medicine, so it's not harmful. Okay, so if in order to do, like, let's see, what's a basic medical thing that saves lives? Blood transfusion. If in order to do a blood transfusion, you had to decapitate 50 puppies, is the blood transfusion not harmful? Like, it can be helpful and it can be harmful at the same time, especially from two different perspectives. Like, from the puppy's perspective, it's very harmful. From the person who's alive, it's not harmful. It's helpful. Yeah, Utah has shaped a ton of my worldviews too. Hence why one of the things that is literally on my thing, if you look up here, I have Utah as one of the quick access things because, yeah, this is going to be massively harmful to Utah. And it seems like it's just going to get pushed through because the legislation wants it pushed through. Yeah, Kerrigan. One of my friends studies AI for a living, and yeah, that's like one of the people I check in with, going like, "Hey, do you agree on this, this, and this?" Something doesn't need to be conscious for it to be harmful and deadly. Is a car deadly if it hits someone? The car's not conscious, so I don't understand how your argument's working there. Thank you, Fusion. Yeah, I seem to be growing decently, and that's been the goal. Depends on the type of AI, to be honest. I literally specify it right there. I don't think large language models are AI. They don't fall under the definition I would use for AI, but ooh, yes, let's have that one return to my hand. Because if I get the other one that returns to my hand, I can just play both of them again and again, or at least twice each. What am I least confident about in my argument? Honestly, I've removed most of the things that I was most, or that I was least confident about, because one of the things that like I'm somewhat confident about, but people can usually take down just because they don't realize how things are being done is the power. Like one of the ways that AI is harmful. Oh, there is another thing I can talk about that I'm a little less confident about. But the power argument. A lot of people talk about how it is raising the price of power for people around data centers, and it's kind of insane how much it increases the price of power. But the problem is a lot of people rebut that by going, well, they can make ones that have power on site, and they just end the argument there. Like they don't even bother with the yeah, but they don't do on-site power for a lot of these data centers. Like, yes, it's an option they can do, but most of them are trying to do it for as cheap as possible, so they don't want to build a power plant. The other one that I'm less confident about because I'm still waiting for the current research that's being done is the effect of AI on a person's brain, especially when someone is using AI more and more. The current speculation is that it is causing dementia like symptoms, but it is still being researched. And so I'm not as confident as I would prefer to be on that one. Like, it's still one of the things I reference because we need to keep watching out for the research that's coming out, and all of the initial reports show that it is a thing. But yeah, Fusion, if I know you, hit me up. I'd love to know who. Power companies largely can't set their power prices without state approval. So, but also if Like, if the data center is using up a large chunk of the power, then the power companies still will struggle to do, like, honestly, this summer, I would not be surprised if we see more blackouts in places because power companies can't keep up when data centers are put into those areas. A lot of data centers were opened like towards the fall, and so it was during fall and winter. And so I feel like we're going to see more issues as time goes on that we just haven't noticed until now. I like a lot of things that AI and large language models can do as well, but that doesn't mean that we shouldn't push for it to be done in a proper way that isn't as harmful and damaging. Yeah, I'm an IT contractor and I run a repair shop during my time when I am not doing contract work. I don't think large language models are actually going to take our jobs. I think a lot of companies rush to fire people because they wanted to make money off of the AI craze. But from what I've seen, quite a few of those companies end up regretting it. Ooh, let's just go tons of armor all the way. Magic wand, armor, magic wand. Ooh, yes. Whip, whip, garlic, hoe, gold armor. That was nice. Yeah, they are undercharging to get people hooked on using AI models to help do their jobs, and then they are raising the price slowly over time. And then there's going to be a point when people are like kind of hooked that they're going to drastically raise the price. It's how most companies operate. Like they operate at a loss for a while, and then they try to recoup the loss down the road. And it's, yeah, it's not great. Yeah, there's some good open source models, but I made a decision to not really dig into AI until things got better. Like I use it from time to time, depending on what I'm trying to do, but I'm not going to put a lot of effort into using it until the issues are less issues. How do I know data center growth without AI would not be problematic? Because we can see the growth of data centers before and after AI. March of this year, we had 3,000 data centers, just a little over 3,000. It's like 3,052 in the US. Current projections by March of next year, we will have an additional 1,500 data centers. That's not normal growth. That's not projected growth. That's inflated growth due to AI. Do that one, that one, that one. Is there any other issues than them undercharging us to train their AIs? Yeah, there's multiple issues with it. current market of AI and LLM. I mean, one of the biggest issues is the amount of heat that it is creating in the areas where they're installing data centers. And they're tending to try to install data centers near like places people live. Like if one of the data centers that was proposed to be built in my city was built, I would have been within this affected area. Because the affected area is decently big. I'm nowhere near where that data center was going to be built, but I'm still within the area that it would have affected. LLMs in their current form are always harmful at some level. Most LLMs are harmful at every level. Oh yeah, non-LLM AI is fantastic, but we're relying so much on LLM and making LLM do stuff that is not what it's designed to do. Yeah. Even if AI investment bursts, it will not erase AI. It's pointless. What do you mean it's pointless? If the investment end of it pops and companies realize that they're not going to make massive amounts of money off of it, then it becomes less harmful. And so the harm to benefit ratio goes more in the benefit category. It's not enough heat to generate electricity, and it would probably cost more, like a lot more, to have it help generate electricity. But yeah. One of the main reasons why it is causing so much heat issues is because companies are trying to do fast track and cheap data centers. They're trying to do it as fast as possible and as cheaply as possible because they want the greatest return on investment. Oh yeah, the servers will still be in operation. We'll probably see quite a few data centers closing down after the AI bubble bursts because companies won't want to invest in them anymore. And so upkeep and upgrades will not be a viable option for them anymore. AI has done enormous progress for medicine and biology and drug research. I agree. AI is fantastic for medical research and for doctors to use to help check if there's anything that is wrong with a patient and catch things early. I don't disagree. That doesn't change the fact that it's harmful. The data center to mega church pipeline is what I've been calling it. I mean, I feel like that's a good way to put it, especially with like this. Let's see, where's one of the ones that talks about how much power this is going to be using? There it is. 9 gigawatts of power for a data center. I'm going to pause that so I'm not playing random videos in the background. Renewable energy, net positive. Not all data centers are using renewable energy. Void, when did I say it has no benefit? I've never said AI has zero benefit. I said it's harmful, but some people seem to mix up harm and no benefit. I've never said that AI has no benefit. I said that the benefits don't outweigh the harm. Okay, Void, this live stream will be up on YouTube. Go ahead and find it in the video on YouTube once it's up there. Or you can go over to YouTube right now and scroll back and find where I said it. Yeah, in China, the benefit to harm is a lot more in the benefit's favor. What's my feeling on how academia is handling LLMs? I don't think there's a concise way that they're handling LLMs because I don't think there's a good way for them to do it, and I don't think any of them have found a decent way to handle it. Baldman says AI is harmful. Yeah, are you an AI summarizing what the live stream is? Okay, I'm gonna scoop you. Scooped. I have a cat on my lap now. It's harmful yet useful. Same with many other things out there. Yeah, but the harm massively outweighs the benefit. Can I tell you how AI is bad for our world right now without being rainbow flag? Without being queer? Yeah, we can see the harm fairly easily because of how companies have been doing the data center stuff here in the US. Oh yeah, Rhombus, I agree with you. It's mostly the capitalistic greed. But at the same time, they're intrinsically tied together because of how the US has been handling AI and LLMs. Other countries have been doing it better. Motzi, I also think that the data centers that have been handling crypto are damaging as well and harmful. Just say you don't know about AI, bro. What exactly do I not know? Instead of complaining about AI, why not complain about computers instead? Because AI is the direct drive for these things happening. We've had computers for decades, and we're not building giant data centers that are going to use 9 gigawatts of power, which is twice as much as the entire state normally uses, for computers. We're doing it for AI data centers. I don't want to get rid of AI. Even if the bubble pops, AI would still be here. I don't understand how people don't understand what a bubble pop is when we had the .com bubble. Am I on fortune.com right now? Or am I somewhere else because the .com bubble popped and clearly all the .coms no longer exist because of that? Did I notice that Google changed the generated media on searches from AI to auto? Oh, that bugs me. But it's all marketing. Like, they want to have better marketing metrics. AI's been around for a long time, but large language models haven't really been around for a long time. At least not what we consider large language models right now. Ah, shake the booty. Oh, rub the booty. Yeah. I like how all you guys can see is the tail of my cat whipping around as I'm giving her butt smacks because she wants butt smacks right now. Yeah, you want butt smacks? Yeah, you're gonna come over here and get head rubs now because you're happy. What? Let me see. I want to read this comment, but I need to go over here. Mainly to have a conversation about it. That's the main reason I'm doing this. Tickle shits is your name. Okay, that's hilarious. Yeah, like it's one of those things I don't think a lot of people realize the harm, and so I like being a tech educator. It's part of my job, and I enjoy that part. And so, yeah. No, I'm not accepting anyone up onto my stream, especially after people who really like AI have been trying for the past few days to get it so my streams get taken down. And I made an announcement saying that I'm streaming on multiple platforms so they can't take my stream down. The easiest way for them to take my stream down at that point would be to request up as a guest and just start screaming slurs and showing things that should not be shown on platforms so that my stream gets taken down on all platforms. What's the harm? Red Dragon Ek. You can see what's on the screen right now, right? That's directly harm. Are your issues with AI purely on infrastructure physicality or how they display certain roles? No, my main issue with AI is the investment side of it and how a lot of companies are thinking that it is doing more than it actually is doing. The fact that it's a bubble that is causing companies to invest in it hardcore. Oh God, someone thought I was Chief Geek. Ugh. Um, like legitimately, most of the harm comes from how the U.S. does things from a capitalism angle. What are your thoughts on AI aiding in redundant tasks like green screen key? I think like isn't it Corridor Digital released theirs that is fantastic for green screen keying and even beyond that, like just cropping out a person in a video very well. Like that is phenomenal. And there's phenomenal tasks for AI and large language models. It's just how we are going about it in the US is massively damaging and harmful. No offense, host, this is a bit boring if you don't accept guests. So I should take on the risk of making it so I will no longer have any platforms. And I should take on the risk of losing my income because you find it boring, but there's 54 people currently watching it on one platform alone, and then another dozen on two other platforms. Okay. If it's boring for you, there's an option for you. Take your finger and you go like that on the screen. I am not risking my platform for some tech bro to hop in here and decide he wants to take down my entire career by screaming slurs. Let's see, what other ones have I missed? My plan is waiting on the pop to invest. Yeah. Like my plan is waiting until the pop before I really get into using it hardcore. I'm an IT contractor. I also run my own business. Yeah, there's actually a lot less people today, like, hardcore arguing with me, Jack. No, Void, I don't want guests because I don't want to risk my entire career on someone hopping up here and deciding to just completely ruin my day. And I also said, Void, if you want, you can hop over to one of the other platforms where your comments will be shown on screen for everyone. Because right down there, that is where YouTube and Twitch comments show up behind the chat that is on TikTok. You can also see it on YouTube. You just don't like that I won't let you up, so you can't scream slurs and get my stream taken down. Like, you've already been trolling in the comments section, so why should I trust you by bringing you up? Well, you're sitting in my comments just bitching, so how do you start your tech journey? You don't need to go to college necessarily. The thing I usually recommend is if you can find a help desk job, start there and then try working for a local MSP, like a small MSP. No, you literally were complaining just a second ago, Void. You literally said he doesn't want guests because he can't pick and choose what to respond to. I'm trying to read every comment that's on screen. If I miss one, I try to go back through and see if there's any interesting ones that I missed. But there's active commenters who keep pushing things up. So if I miss your comment, it's because it got pushed off the screen before I could read it. You didn't mention how these two specific AIs impact mankind. I didn't say that there isn't good impact from AI and large language models. So why would I need to go through every single good thing that's been coming out from large language models and AI? Do I use any large language models? Yeah. I try to avoid using them, but it's fairly hard in this day and age. Hi, Zoe. By the way, Zoe, I need you and Maddie to send me your Discord stuff because I'm starting to set up a Discord server, and the first people are going in are my live stream moderators. You're not going to be moderators on the Discord because I'm not trying to make you guys do any work. It's more so I can message you guys when not live. You're wearing your Zero Ping shirt today? Awesome. Mine just got washed. I need to get a new one at some point. I've worn that thing out. Would I rather use Chat GPT or Lotus Notes? I have Lotus Notes laying around here somewhere. Yeah, it's so obvious there's a bubble. When it pops, it will streamline. Honestly, I agree with you. Like, that's one of the reasons I'm looking forward to when the bubble pops, because when it stops being an investment for major companies, it starts being something that is more beneficial. Like, one of the things people are going to criticize me for this, most likely. When NFTs came out, I was honestly very excited about NFT technology because I have a lot of friends who are digital artists. And it meant that they could start actually having a way to mark their art and have it tracked who actually owned it and go through things like that. But because it became an investment thing, people just destroyed it completely and made it so it wasn't as useful. What is Vampire Crawlers doing there? It's the game I'm playing. It's just people were asking me about the bubble, so I had the bubble up on screen more. I just want affordable hardware. Me too. I would like to be able to tell my customers, hey, we can replace this part fairly easily and not super expensively. Ooh, let's see what that does. Yes. Increase my power. What do you think prolonged LLM use does to a person? The initial results that we've seen so far is it. The best way it's been described is dementia-like symptoms, where people, because they're offloading some of their thought process onto an LLM and not thinking themselves, then they don't tend to be able to think as much in the long run. Because the brain is a muscle, so if you're not actively using that muscle, then it gets weaker and weaker, or at least harder to use. Because honestly, I don't think your brain gets weaker. I think it's just harder for you to actually use it. The game is Vampire Crawlers, literally right there. Opinion on environment versus AI? What do you mean? Like its impact on the environment? I have like multiple things talking about the impact. I am blind, LMFAO. Yeah. No, it's no worries. Like I also have a chat that goes on top of there and then TikTok chat on top of that as well. A bubble that is getting how big? Improvements are still happening? Yeah, like improvements tend to still happen in a bubble. It's just usually slower. Oh, I accidentally hit A. I didn't want to do that. Explain why you feel it's a bubble. Because most of the money that is being used for AI is not coming from revenue. It's coming from circular investments. And when a company announces that it is going to be doing anything AI related, you see a massive jump in their stock price. Do you hate AI because of environmental issues? I don't hate AI. Ooh, Jason said, I actually just did a presentation on cognitive offloading. What were the findings? Like what information did you present? Oh, the year to date makes it so much clearer. Let's see, what does the 1 year? Yeah, no. Okay, there's a time period where their stock was better. The year to date is pretty. Did you know your stream plus games consume much more energy than 1,000 prompts per hour? Yeah, that would be a great thing to cite if we didn't have things like this. The massive data center that is going to be using 9 gigawatts of power when Utah only uses 4. If you have an actual thought instead of just BS talking points, then I would love to reply hot infinite. But if it's just, oh, that's not the person who said it. The perfect something the perfect. Yeah. If you're just going with BS talking points, then why should I bother with you? Like you're not actually thinking things through. You're just going, well, someone said this at one point in time, so I'm going to use that against them. It's just dumb. Are you optimistic about the improvements in training and inference efficiency? Yes, if big companies got out of the investments. Purrier the perfect. How much does it take to train the model? That's why it's a BS talking point, because you're ignoring the part of AI that uses the most power. I have calculated it. That's why I'm calling it a BS argument, because you're not looking at the other half of how AI is created. If you actually care about the environment, stop streaming. Okay, here, I'm stopping streaming right now. I'm making it so I'm no longer streaming at all. There we go. They're blocked, so they can't see the stream anymore. I'm not streaming to them. Yeah, it like I knew it was a BS talking point, and then the reply with, "Well, if you care about the environment, stop streaming." Like, yeah, that just proves it's a BS talking point. Now they can't see the stream, so I'm not streaming for them. Problem solved. Hey, I got a free mana. Yay! Yeah, I want it to be on that one. Like, I could go the other mean route of you do realize you also just use up more power. That's a helicopter. Go with the mean reply of, well, you use up power. How are you going to stop doing that? Because what was it the head of it was the head of OpenAI who talked about how people also use power when it was pointed out how much power AI uses. What color are your nails today? They're still the blue that I've had for the past few days. I need to, or past like 3 weeks now. I need to redo them. Why is it harmful? Alt tab. Nope. Alt tab. Yeah, this one says it in clearer terms, even though it's based off of the same study. Studies tend to be a lot more dense for people to look at. Thank you so much for the gifts, by the way, everyone. I've seen a few come in. This is why it's harmful. It does active harm. AI data centers are actively doing harm. I mean, this is just one of the reasons it's harmful. It's just one of the more easy ones to point to. And it directly shows why it's harmful as well, because companies are not going about this in a decent way. I mean, if people want to debate me in the comments, they're free to. But usually people who try to debate me in the comments just start being dicks and not actually caring about evidence. I have seen some of the documentation about noise pollution. I should actually add that into the harm on here. Because that honestly is a major thing for the harm. I'm going to move that one there and then move this one. What's your debate, mate? It's literally on the screen right now. The premise is right there. The evidence is right there. Do you use AI? I try to avoid it as much as I can. What do you mean by a bubble? I mean that literally most of the money that is being exchanged between the same companies. It's not actual revenue coming in, it's investments. And when most of the stuff is investments that aren't actually investments based off of actual what's it called? Actual value, then it becomes a bubble. Uh Easiest example of something like that that most people can understand is the tulip craze in the Netherlands. That is an example of a bubble. Oh, the reason Vampire Crawlers is on the bottom of the screen is because it's the game I'm playing. And I just haven't bothered pushing the button each time I change over to the desktop. Yeah, Kevin, it's going to be really harmful when the bubble pops because there's a lot of places that depend on LLMs and AI. So when corporations aren't in it as much, they're not going to have as many resources to use those AIs. Oh my gosh, I literally just minimized it. I like how I minimized the window and someone's just like, can you show the harm? One facet of harm. No, no worries. I figured that's a weird way to come into a stream here. I'll turn it off while I have this up for a second. And there's one of those BS arguments. Cars are harmful and you still use them. Yeah, that's because when I use a car, I go with, okay, what is the benefit and what is the harm of me using this tool? If the harm massively outweighs the benefit, then I'm not going to use it as much. And that's the thing. AI, the harm massively outweighs the benefit currently. Like, if you're going to come in with BS talking points and BS arguments, why should I bother with you? Like, why should I bother reading your comments if it's going to be BS talking points? You don't get the thing on my screen. Can I explain? So, a study came out showing the actual effects of data centers, and it is currently being double checked by other researchers because it literally just came out in March. And so it usually takes a couple months before other researchers also do the same research. Someone complained that it wasn't peer reviewed, and I'm like, that takes time. AI is moving so fast that it's hard to get these studies done in fast enough time. But it is literally causing more heat up to 6 miles away. And the heat level that it is increasing has been measured at, on average, about 2 degrees, but going all the way up to 16 degrees Fahrenheit. What is my opinion on open source models or locally hosted AI? They're better, but until big companies are no longer investing as much as they are in AI, it's still going to be more harmful. Um, in the US specifically. Other countries are doing it better than the US, but the US is the one leading the way in being as much of an old school Hummer about it as possible. Mountain KP, I feel like no matter what info I bring you, you're just going to be like, nah, at this point. Oh, and then you just go ad hominem with, and your nails are black and you're bald. That's a look, gang. Yeah, okay. Bye bye. Muted. Like, I'm not even dealing with someone that's that mentality. Like, that is just straight up, I don't have a valid argument. I'm going to be ad hominem. Oh, yeah. No, like, people. I'm reading No Nicknames talking about working in a data center. Yeah, like, I live near a knock and I've worked at data centers, and like there's different places outside the building that if you stand in those places, it's a heat wave right there. May I ask how other countries are doing better? Well, the biggest example of a country that's doing really decent at it is China and how they're doing their approach to AI. And part of that approach might be like China has been better at environmental damage type stuff and like trying to not do as much environmental damage. And in that process, their AIs have been doing better when it comes to how many resources they take up to do the same things. And so they also have reasons for doing it because like they can't get the same type of hardware that we've been using in the US because the US has restrictions on what hardware they can have. Yeah, it's fun. Okay, back to Vampire Survivors. Eh. Ooh, I get to fight a big plant. Oh, I don't have a good starting one. Okay, deal more damage. Well, that was a good run right there. Oh yeah, no, AI slop speeches is another thing that like I have friends who are teachers and they are exhausted trying to find ways to get their students to actually write things instead of using AI. Um, yeah, let's get a ton more mana in here. Let's do that one. Oh, we got rid of them. Okay. G-Man over on Twitch asked, "Do you think venture capitalists actually believe in what they're funding, or just riding the wave?" Just riding the wave, and one of the reasons you can tell is because it is harder for small startups to get venture capitalist funding for AI stuff now. It used to be very easy for them to get funding, but now it's harder and harder. Let them fry their brains with AI, and they'll eventually learn why it's bad. Yeah, I don't think they will though. That's part of the problem. Yeah, venture capitalists are only in it to make a profit. And that's part of the issue with the current ways we've been doing AI in the US is it's literally just for a profit instead of actually useful for what AI is useful. Like that's kind of what bugs me in a lot of ways. Yeah, this game is so much fun. I played the demo and I literally just bought it today because I'm like I can justify it for the stream. Let's do a whip. Let's do... Oh, I didn't do double whip because it returned my hand. Dang it. That was good. People literally use AI for everything. Honestly, it's sad how much AI is being used. People are replacing basic thought processes with using AI. Okay, let's see. If I do this one, I have to do it twice. And then I can do that one and it'll be more powerful. Thoughts on model weights hard coded into hardware? I don't really have opinion on it. Like, yes, there's ways to make things more efficient and ways to make things less harmful. It's more so that we're not doing that. For the most part, we're just doing it in the most harmful way possible. Oh, that was a lot of comments all at the same time. Yeah, I don't see how people don't see the issues. I like teachers who put like a limit on how much AI you can use. Like, it's still not great, but it's better. Like, making students realize that they have access to a tool, but it shouldn't be their main thing that they use. That's a good methodology behind it. Yeah, but even when they do R&D to make it more efficient, so when you have a server and you take a process that is using 100% of that server and you make it so it only needs to use 50% of the resources, the big companies that are investing in this aren't going, oh, great, now the servers are using 50% less resources. It's going to be better for the heat expansion. It's going to be better for the power consumption. That's fantastic. No, they go, yay, that's 50% more space that we can put another AI in and use up 100% of those resources again. Like, yes, we're making it more efficient, but the companies are still using it as an investment. So when we make it more efficient, it just means they can put more into the same space. It's not slowing down how many AI data centers they're trying to build. It's not slowing down how much they're trying to expand. It's not slowing down how much they're trying to increase. It's just making it so they can do more. Yes, the bad guy is capitalism. I'm of the Brennan Lee Mulligan school of thought. This game is so much fun. I like the reason I bought this is because it was in a bundle with Vampire Survivor, and I didn't realize I no longer had a copy of Vampire Survivor on the PC because it was in Xbox Game Pass. So I'm just like, crap, I don't have Vampire Survivor, and that's kind of what I want to play today. So I went and bought it because it's only a few bucks, and it like there was a pack with this game to get it a little bit cheaper. RAM prices probably won't go down until next year, sadly. Oh, I highly recommend this game. Yeah, we need Skynet to take over. That's gonna fix everything. My, I agree. When did I say improvement is bad? I said the improvements that are being done to AI are not going to help fix the problems with AI because a lot of the problems are with how major greedy companies go about things. Let's do that, then do that, then do that, and let's do that, let's do that, that, and then that again. This AI bubble just this okay, I'm gonna read this comment verbatim. This AI bubble just me 6K in 20 days while I was unemployed for W years. Keep hating. What? Like, I get it. You really like AI, so you don't really have a lot of thought process left to make a coherent sentence. And that shows. Like, congrats, you used a bubble to make money. Doesn't change anything that I've said. Are there any positives to AI from my perspective? Yeah, there's tons of useful things that AI and large language models can do, and tons of ways that they've been helping. I just, the harms outweigh the good with how we've been doing it in the US. Should have gotten AI to write his comment. Exactly. What do you mean by bubble? Most of the money that is being used for all of the AI stuff is not coming from revenue. It's coming from investments between big companies. And then on top of that, when small companies make an announcement saying, hey, we're going to do this AI thing, even though it's not related to their business in any way, their stock price massively jumps. That is a sign of a bubble. Most people ask about the bubble, so I'm going to make sure that's the first thing on there. Harmful. What? A lot of people lost their jobs. Yeah. I mean, that's not the harm that I usually point out, but yeah, John knows it. Tulips. That's literally the reference I make when people are curious about bubbles. Like when they don't understand how bubbles work, I usually will reference the tulip craze. because it's a great example of a bubble and how bubbles happen and how they're harmful. Self-hosted is still somewhat harmful, but that's not the main issue. I won't criticize anyone for self-hosting and a large language model, but at the same time, I'm not going to do it myself until after big companies are no longer majorly pushing AI the way they are. Harmful in what way? Okay, let's go look at the harm. One of the main pieces of harm. They're causing heat islands for the areas that they're installed in up to 6 miles away, causing 2 to 16 degree heat increases. Did another bee fly in here? Yeah, it is another bee. Dude, I don't have any food for you in here. What about small language models? I mean, they're less harmful. Can you explain a bubble as simply as possible? Big companies are using it to invest money instead of creating something that is valuable. The value isn't there, but companies are investing a lot of money in something that doesn't actually have this high value. That makes it a bubble. Literally, I have the definition of bubble pulled up, dude. Wrong, already wrong. That's not a bubble. That's literally an economic bubble. When the valuation of something doesn't actually meet the value, but the companies are still investing in it drastically, and there is not actual revenue from outside sources that compete with the actual investment from other companies, that becomes a bubble. The tulip craze is a great example of a bubble to learn how bubbles work and how they are. That's not what you just. I'm going back to my game. I'm going to ignore you fuckers for a second. If anyone wants to know why I'm going to ignore chat for the next few minutes, it's because of that's not even a name that's pronounceable. DSANTXO. Yeah, you guys can chat with him for a while. Someone asked me to break down a bubble in the simplest terms possible, and so I do it, and someone jumps in. You're not properly describing a bubble. You simplified it too much. Be nice to my bubble. That's what's going on. What's a tulip craze? It's a thing that happened in the Netherlands. I want to say in the 1930s. Wasn't that when the tulip craze happened? 1630s. Wow, I was off. In the 1630s. It's also called tulip mania. Tulip mania, tulip fever. Yeah, so prices for tulips were going up and up and up, and so people started using them as investments, which caused the prices to go up even further, even though they weren't something that was actually that valuable. Yeah, it was actual literal tulips. That's why it's an easy way to it's an easy thing to point to help people understand how a bubble works, because it actually shows a bubble in a way that's easy to like break down and understand in physical terms. Because when you're talking about tech stuff, people can't really visualize the value and things like that in it. And so, yeah. Why is AI harmful? Causing heat islands up to 6 miles away that increase the heat 2 to 16 degrees Fahrenheit. I mean, it gets lower than 2 degrees, but on average, it's 2 degrees and it goes up to 16 degrees. And then on top of that, we also have the noise issues. These data centers are being built near residential areas, and so even decently far away, the noise pollution is increased drastically to the point where there's literal neighborhoods where people are saying they can't sleep because the AI data centers that have moved in. Oh, it's Cuddles. The study most people cite for your brain not being fully developed until 25, the reason they went with 25 is because that was the oldest person that they had in the study. And so the new, like, the research that has come out since then has found that your brain never actually stops fully developing. It's just at like mid 20s your brain trains off like unused neurons. I want to say that's how it's described. Um, but even then, your brain is still developing and it's still changing drastically. As you get older, it starts to decline a little bit, but it's still developing while it's doing that. Why not build it someplace extremely cold like the South Pole? Well, for one thing, we can't build things at the South Pole because of the agreements and treaties that we have for the South Pole. The other option that has been looked into, and it's a viable option for most data centers, is putting it into the ocean. Microsoft did a fantastic test case for that one, and it worked out really well, where they put a data center in the ocean and in like a deep spot of the ocean where it's really nice and cool, so they didn't have to worry about cooling that much. It actually worked fairly decently. Um, but the problem is servicing it, upgrading, things like that ends up being a problem at that point. And also, when it starts creating heat and putting heat into the ocean, eventually it starts causing irreparable damage to the ocean. If we put it at the South Pole, it would start doing irreparable damage down there too. Yeah, your reaction time starts declining after 20, but from some of the stuff that I've seen, I need to double check that one. It seems more like it's just you're not training it as much, and like there is a little bit of decline, but not enough to really say that like it's not fixable. Yeah, if we put a data center in space, that would be a disaster because there's not easy ways to cool a data center that is in space, and there's not decent ways to power a data center that is in space. So the two things that the data center would need, cooling and power, would not be accessible. Yeah, the underwater one from Microsoft is phenomenal. And I think when I looked into it originally, like the temperature increase in the water was not actually that harmful from the data center. So if it's a small data center, it's not actually that bad of a thing. But if it's a bigger data center, like what we're doing for AI data centers, it would be a really bad thing. Is there any benefit in AI? Yeah, there's plenty of benefit from AI and large language models. It's just the benefit does not outweigh the harm. What if we just come up with a model that doesn't need data centers to run? The problem is, like, a lot of models don't need a data center to run, but big companies would rather do it in a data center because they would rather do as much as possible instead of what they need. Once again, the bad guy is capitalism. My mic is harmful. Sorry. If you want me to have a better mic, there's a wish list you can go to help me get a better mic. My mic is capitalism, 100%. My mic is the enemy. Come on, comrades, we must seize the means of audio production. Where the crap did you come from? Why is it harmful, my dude? For a long list of reasons. Here's the first main one. Data centers that are being built for LLMs and AI are causing heat islands in the areas that they're being built in. They're increasing the heat in that area. On average, they're increasing the heat by 2 degrees in that area and going all the way up to 16 degrees. So as we start building bigger and bigger data centers for large language models and AI, it's going to be more and more heat damage and more heat being pumped into the local area. I wish we would go back to trying to make the system efficient again. Yeah, I miss those days. It's weird when China is doing it better than us. Bro has never heard of the water cycle. What does the water cycle have to do with what's on the screen, James? What does the water cycle have to do with AI data centers creating heat islands? We can already harness AI without depending on data centers. It's just the corporate greed in the US and how they've been using AI as an investment means that they do it in a harmful way. James, be more descriptive in what you're saying. How does the water cycle, like you said, have any relevance to what is on the screen? So if I could point a finger, who would I blame? Capitalism. Honestly. Oh, you're all good. Like, one of the reasons I do this live stream is for people who have questions who are genuinely curious and didn't know. But I usually get a lot of people who are trying to have arguments in the comments instead of actual conversations. Golf courses use way more water than data centers. Where have I mentioned water? Water is one of the ones that I don't mention because there are ways to mitigate the water issues. Not entirely, it just uses water better. But at the same time, I don't point to the water issue, even though it's going to be a major issue for the data centers being built in my state. Oh, yeah, the psychological damage is also massively harmful, but I don't have easy ways to show that one because the studies are still incomplete and being done right now. And so once those studies are out and I can actually point to the evidence, then that'll be a lot easier. I mean, heck, even the study I have on here is still being double checked by other experts. So is this the same? Wait, is this the same as cars are bad? Mm-hmm. Okay, they pollute the air. No, it's a harm benefit analysis. The harm outweighs the benefit currently because of how we're doing things in the US. If we were doing things more like they do in other countries, it would be better. My headcanon is astrophage exists, and we're heating up the Earth because the sun's dimming. Okay, because someone made a reference, I need to grab something. I set him on my water bottle in a way that he'll stay here. Oh, he's out of view, dang it. Nope, that's shorter. Amaze, amaze, amaze. I'm currently listening to the audiobook. After this live stream, I'm probably going to keep playing Vampire Crawlers while I listen to the audiobook. Yeah, the sun's also harmful, but the benefits outweigh the harm. I feel like I'm going to be repeating myself until the end of time on benefits outweighing harm means good. Harm outweighing benefits mean bad. We have to work on things. Okay, wait. Someone just said the reason vampire crawlers exist is hilarious. What is the reason? I must have missed it. Like, I love this company. I love the stuff that they make. But what did I miss? Why did they create this game? I love this game so much, and I want to know why it was made. Knowing them, it's going to be a really funny reason. What is LLM? Large language models. ChatGPT, most chatbots that are currently being used. Large language models are what we call AI currently, even though it's not really AI. Dang it. I wanted to do another combo. When AGI first comes out, it most likely will be more harmful at first until like we lower how much power it'll require and things like that. I'm not bringing up any guess considering how many times uh AI dude bros have tried to get my stream taken down. I'm not risking it. Can I elaborate on why LLMs don't fall under the definition of AI? LLMs can't actively learn. Like, there's some ways that companies have found ways to make it seem like it's actively learning, but LLMs can't actively take in information. They can use previous parts of your prompt in the same chat line to reference, but it's because they're taking the entire chat history and using that as the prompt with the new reference that you put in there. Okay, that is actually really funny. I like when game companies are friends with each other and like actually work together on stuff because it's so good. There's been a few examples of that lately. I feel like there were a lot more in like the 360 days. Ooh, if Google has new chips that are way more efficient, that'd be awesome. But at the same time, that just means they're going to be packing more things into the same amount of space and still doing the harm that exists. Oh yeah, no, AI is the new like is Kleenex pretty much. Bud Jr. I didn't say AI is bad. I said AI is harmful and a bubble. Neither of those words are the word bad. Do I have any certs? I do not. Because I never needed them for my previous job and I work for myself, so I don't really need the certification to show that I can do something because I work for myself. Um, but eventually I'm probably going to get some. I'm currently working on an education project to teach people how to get through A plus certification. because enough people have asked me to help with that. So what does that mean? It means LLMs are harmful and the whole AI thing is a massive economic bubble. The way I recommend people get certifications is look at the jobs you want to get. Like look at like multiple different companies, job listings for the job you want, and look at the requirements that they have. If they have certifications, like if most of those job listings have the same certification, go after that one. Then when you actually try to get a job in the future, you're more likely to get it. Yeah, AI also kills creativity and kills thought process, honestly. The other reason I don't bring people up is because I'm streaming on 3 different platforms. If I bring you up on TikTok, only people on TikTok will be able to see and hear you. Yeah, it's a great way to get your certifications. Like the way I recommend the most. The other thing I recommend is if you have like a, it's usually like community colleges will do this where you can go in and get like multiple certifications if you take a certain class. And usually they do it as a class that doesn't like require generals and things like that and is a little bit cheaper. But by the end of it, you have like 3 certifications. Boring. No one is smart enough to talk about this topic. Rare to see alive with it. Okay, if my stream is boring, there's an easy solution. Put your finger on the screen. Here, put your finger right on top of mine and go like that. Yeah, there's some people who are having LLMs just talk to itself in a circle. I'm just like, what is the actual use? Like, what's the point? People are just doing dumb stuff to do dumb stuff at this one. Ooh, I've never had this one before. AI has already saved you 400K to 600K, by the way. How exactly? Did it tell you that it saved you that amount of money? I don't think IT should be gate kept. I don't see any reason IT should be something that's gate kept. Does actual AI exist? Like AI that can learn? Yeah, there are some machine learning methods for making AI that is actually able to learn. It's just large language models are not that method. How can you defend large language models are harmful when it helped me understand many, many engineering topics? Cutie, cute, how do you pronounce that? If I use my car to get someone to the hospital, but in order to run my car, I have to run over kittens. Like the entire way there. One kitten for every foot I go, I run over a kitten. Is that car harmful while also helping someone? Oh, you fired your development teams and started using AI to code stuff. Okay, yeah. That's not going to bite you in the ass in any way whatsoever. I wonder if Zoe's still here because she would get a laugh out of that one. In your analogy, who is kittens? Literal kittens. Sushi. Come here. There you are. Literal kittens. Hmm. I have a cat. Apparently she was sitting right behind me, so when I called her, she just like got up, stretched, walked over. Yeah, no, the fact that companies are replacing developers with AI to develop code, god damn, that's going to be so much work for so many people. Because the company now doesn't know what's in that code. They just had AI do something. So, yeah. Not everywhere. Wait, you have senior devs just spending their entire time reviewing code? You do realize if they're not the ones creating the code, they still don't really know how, like, what's in that code. And you sure they're actually reviewing the code, or are some of them just pressing, okay, let's just push this on? I get it. You're some top level high up guy who has $1 billion company, sure. And you saved hundreds of thousands of dollars in your company by doing this, sure. And you're on TikTok. Cool story, bro. Yay! How does AI cause harm and how is it relatable to kittens? The people who live near the data centers are the kittens. They're directively, actively being harmed because the temperature around them is going up because of the AI data centers. And they're having to deal with noise pollution that is keeping many of them awake. Ooh, adds armor. I like that one. Can't be a billionaire without committing homicide, man. Fair. Then there should then there is unregulated use of data centers. There should be technology to isolate temp and sound. Fantastic. Once they implement this, I'll change the title. I'm talking about what is currently happening, not what in the perfect world, if we actually did things right, then it's not harmful. Leave the poor billionaires alone. Q-Day. In the US, the current leadership is pushing to not have regulation on LLMs and data centers for artificial intelligence. Hence why in Utah, they're proposing building a 40,000 acre data center campus. Do you realize how big that is? I am against the fucking system. You just came in here and assumed that I'm saying we need to get rid of AI. When literally throughout this live stream, I keep going, yeah, there's other places that are doing it better than us and we should follow their model. Stop arguing someone else and actually ask me what I fucking mean. It's exhausting. God damn. Ooh, more armor. Run that twice. Yeah, because guess what? Okay, fine. You know what? I'll fix it. Okay, there we go. Just shrink this down so it'll actually fit in the box now. Oh, let me also turn off this one because I don't need that. There we go. Q-Day. Is that better? Am I going to get a ton more viewers now because I break it down fully for you? Sorry for everyone over on Twitch. You're seeing a black screen with just my back end, how I do the titles on here for right now. I'm just waiting for Q-Tay to tell me if this is good or if I should explain more. How dare I realize that the platform works better if you have a short description to get people to actually ask you questions about your take instead of a long, massive description that's going to bore people to death and make them not want to ask anything. How dare I know how to do my damn job? Maddie, you need to message me your Discord username. I think I want another one of these. Kind of sad that the person didn't reply on if my new banner was better because it actually broke down my side of the argument. Weird. Almost like he didn't want that. No, I get frustrated when people create a straw man of me and then argue with that straw man instead of asking me questions like you did. You know how you created a fake version of my argument and then argued with that? Yeah, that's what gets frustrating. And then when people hop into a live stream going, well, you should do this to make the live stream better, from someone who doesn't live stream and doesn't know the statistics of it. It wasn't based off of my stream. It was based off of you reading what was on the screen and you making up more words to fit in there instead of what was on the stream. AI is not less harmful than social media. There are some ways that social media is more harmful than AI, but overall, AI is more harmful than social media currently. Because quite a few of the harms that social media do, AI also does, but then does more. Yeah. Yeah, Bones. No, it's that argument. Like, legitimately that argument. The other one that is one of my favorites that comes up frequently is, well, if you don't like AI so much, you shouldn't be using TikTok. It's like, it's the, oh, if you don't like capitalism, why are you using an iPhone argument? Like, it's just such a weak level of BS talking points that it doesn't do anything. Cutie, I'm just gonna mute you, dude, because you keep going, well, you're super angry right now. I'm not. Yes, I'm going to play up when I'm talking to people in chat because it's fun and it gets more people engaged. But you're creating a fake version of me and deciding that is me. I'm just going to move on. The harmfulness is merely how we use it. Well, it's also how, like, it's built out in the US because the US has been going off of a model for how we do AI and large language model stuff that is kind of like buying a Hummer instead of a hybrid. Like buying an old school Hummer too. Like one that just is literally a gas guzzler. Is AI more harmful than nuclear bombs, in my opinion? Those are two drastically different things that I don't think are really comparable to each other. Oh, I didn't see the axe until it was too late. Oh yeah, if they put AI in charge of nuclear bombs, then yeah, that's a horrifying thought. Why'd you have to put that thought in my head? What was your last comment? Okay, actually, I'm going to pin that comment because I like that. Yeah, I know they're trying to put AI on nukes. Don't need to be reminded about it. I like how you interact with stuff with just banging your face into it. Your cat's farts are more harmful than nuclear bombs. That's funny. My cat's breath might be. Speaking of which, where is Andy? Andy! Can you stop spamming racial slurs under my friend's posts? Who is doing what now? Oh, come on. Okay, it didn't pull you up, Maddie, for some reason. We'll figure that out later. Yeah, imagine when AI hallucinates and has um control over things like nukes. Oh, I thought you asked me to bomb all of Michigan. Did you not want me to bomb all of Michigan? Mine is the bearded IT guy on Discord. At least it should be. Hey! There we go. I'm currently working on setting up a Discord, and the first thing I'm doing is having it be a place that I can chat with moderators for live stream stuff. So I can include you guys on plans or any ideas I have. Ooh, let's make it give me armor and draw a card. Yeah, no, that one AI agent that took out the database and then when like took out the database, took out the backups, and then when questioned about it, started deleting itself. I'm gonna make the Discord more public to people as time goes on. I'm just starting with my mods for right now. That way I can like be a little bit more productive about some of the stuff I do. Oh, I hope XKCD makes a comic of that AI agent deleting the database and the backups. Nah, AI is awesome and a broadly innovative and broadly innovative. Why is it that the people who are defending AI can't actually put together a coherent comment? Because this one says, nah, AI is awesome and broadly innovation. Oh, broadly innovation should be celebrated? I think innovation should be celebrated, but at the same time, AI is harmful. Imagine if AI was in military tech. Oh, wait, Palantir. Yeah. Can I explain how AI is harmful? So, normally, when I talk about the harm that AI is causing, I talk about, at this point, three different things. For one thing, we are going to look at the harm it is doing to the communities because the data centers that are being built, because the data center rollout is way more expansive than any other data center rollout in the past in the US. We are projected to be doubling our data centers by end of 2027. Um and we had 3,000 at the beginning of March, and it's projected to go up to 4,500 by March of next year. Okay, Reed Booker, I don't disagree with you on some of the things you're saying. Are you disagreeing with me or a fake version of me that you made up in your head? Do you know my actual take, or are you making up my take in your head to disagree with that? Ryan, where are the green, clean, renewable energy requirements that AI data centers have? Where can I pull up these requirements? Alan, I don't say that there's no technology that hasn't done harm. or I don't say there's any technology that hasn't done harm. AI, as it stands now in the US, how we are using AI and large language models, the harm outweighs the good. Harmful to the individual or the planet, both. At a data center level, it is harmful to the people in the community around it. At an actual useful tool level, it is harmful to the people who overuse it, because we have already seen cognitive decline in people who overuse AI. We haven't even figured out what the rate is for how much AI use is not going to cause cognitive decline. Everything that exists on Earth has a downside. I agree with you. But usually we do an analysis of what the harm is and what the benefits are and see if the benefits outweigh the harm. Where with AI, we haven't really been doing that analysis. We've just been going full tilt. Trees have a downside, roots. I like how many people try to drag in the water debate on this, and at no point do I mention water. Okay, that was one of the dumbest comments I've seen today. We're not cavemen. We've learned. You might still be a caveman, honestly. Nuclear power production doesn't have as much of an impact on the area around it as AI does. We have a lot better regulation and methodology when it comes to nuclear energy. Where did I put my main phone? Right here. And also, Ryan, if it's true that there's regulation in place for AI data centers, it's clearly not enough, right? Or are they just not following it? And I don't see any message from you that shows the regulation. Okay, that's going based off of the electricity demand, not the. What is the actual argument I have? And are you actually arguing with that or going with something else? Because now what you're looking at right there is the requirements for power and green energy and how much they're supposed to have in that, which is the same as the carbon credits. I'm talking about the other harm. There's a reason I don't bring up certain subjects, because I know there's benefits to them. I know there's ways to get around them, but most of these companies aren't doing them. No, AI is harmful for the thing on the fucking screen. Q pow pop. Like, seriously. When I have the thing on the screen and people are like, I don't see any harm. Where's the harm? I'm like, guys, read for half a second. Dave, when have I mentioned any argument that the harm is because of water? Oh, so you're just going with, okay, yeah, the stupid talking points of, well, Canada's cold, so we need more heat. So it's good that they're heating up things. Good fucking God. We're toast. AI will allow us to leave Earth before we fully destroy it. No, it won't. LLMs are not helping us leave Earth currently. The solution maybe make it more efficient, not getting rid of it. Soda, when have I said anything about getting rid of AI? Have I missed any comments? I've been watching the comments over on Twitch as well, the conversation back and forth. You sure you're an engineer? I mean, technically I am, Oni. I never said I was in the stream, though. Me scared of robot, me like, are you trying to say I'm acting like a caveman because I say that there's horrible things that we're doing because of AI and we should use better methods for doing things? The posted article makes little physical sense to you. What do you mean it makes little physical sense? Data centers are creating so much heat that it's creating a heat bubble around the data center that heats up the entire area around it for up to 6 miles. And based off of the study, they found that on average it was a 2-degree increase and it could get all the way up to 16 degrees in some cases. But what are the other methods? Doing things like how China's been doing them, where they go from it to it as this is what we have to work with, as in like this is the graphics cards we have to work with, this is the power requirements we have to work with, things like that. Let's see how much we can do with that limitation. Where in the US, we have gone, okay, let's throw as much money, as much power, and as much resources at this thing, and then go from there. Like, yeah. The study is literally on the screen. And also, if you look up this actual article, it also cites the study and breaks down the data for you. There's a reason I went with this version of the article. Oh, it tracks how far I've read. Ooh, that's cool. The unregulated growth of AI is detrimental. It needs to be reined in. Exactly. So the problem is heat. The problem is multiple different things. This is just one of the examples of the harm that it does because it's an easy one to actually point to and people actually can understand it. No, I don't need ad block. I'm a content creator. My income relies on ads. I'm not going to put ad block. Yeah, I don't know how I have the patience for it either. Innovation is only useful if it serves humanity. I wouldn't say just humanity. Like, usually I go with if it serves the social good, which also includes like the planet we live on and the other species we like share the planet with. And here we go with the argument of, well, your problem isn't with the AI, it's with the infrastructure that they're building to support AI. Exactly. My problem is literally with how we're doing things in the US for AI. I've said it while you've been in this stream, Oni. Like, seriously. Oh, I'll be right back. Is she over there? You heard her over there? Andy! I'm trying to figure out where my cat is so I can let her in. Let's see. What did I miss while I went to see if my cat wanted in? I'm not mad. Fuck. Someone said both of the things you're saying are true, but it's such a good technology and the open source side. I don't disagree. And neither does this. It probably is plotting my demise right now. FYI, all there are way more intelligent people giving thoughts on this topic. I don't understand what you're trying to say because that was not that. You should try again on making a sentence. Honestly, that's a fair point, Owen. Everyone in support of AI is fascinated with their sparkly widget without any concerns for ethics. Yeah. Like literally when I was in college, we had multiple different like um guest lecturers and like events where it was talking about the ethics of AI because we knew it was something that was going to be happening in the future. Currently we don't even have AI, but yeah. This echo chamber bores. Okay, I'll solve it for you. You don't ever have to see this echo chamber again. He says it's harmful, so either he uses it too and is just a hypocrite, or he uses it and participates in the damage. I try to use it as little as possible. I try to minimize how much I use large language models and AI. Usually, the most I ever use of AI or large language models is when I pull up Google and I do a search because it's built into Google search now. And so it pops up at the top of the screen. But I usually go down and look at the actual results instead of the AI overview. Hey, look, it's the well, if you like social, you can't like socialism because you participate in communism or capitalism. Like BS argument. Someone actually made it again. Woo! Technically, two people made it in a row. Yeah, AI is being integrated into everything lately, and it's so sad to watch. Yeah, Peter Thiel is trying to monopolize the planet with AI. That's true. I said the argument that was made is like the argument of, if you don't like capitalism, then why do you have an iPhone? It's a very dumb argument. Because you said the TikTok algorithm uses AI. Delete TikTok then. It's such a nothing argument. Because currently, at this point in time, so much technology uses AI, and so much of the daily life in the US uses AI. So, from your standard, if I don't want to use AI, I should off myself, right? that that's the progression we're at right now. That's why it's a BS dumb argument. Devin, do you think I am saying that AI has no use? Where did I study? I went to university in my local area. Okay, Devin, if that's what you think, I am shocked that you think we should stop using all technology, but apparently that's what you think. Yeah, Fear Legion. I can agree that AI is a good tool. And it has a lot of good uses. It's just that the harm outweighs the good. Evil Ghost. Ask an actual question then. You keep screaming that I need to make a point as I'm talking with other people in the comments and replying to what they're saying. Okay, if your why AI is harmful, I'll just solve this right now and make it so I don't have that harm in my chat. Let's see if they're still there after the 30-second mute. Oh, that's a really good way to put it, Lee. I don't fear the tech. I just don't trust the people pioneering it right now. Yeah. Oh. G-Man over on Twitch said, you're completely right that the planning versus Wild West distinction is real, and the consequences of that are showing up exactly where you're pointing. Yeah. Labor is bearing the cost, and capital is capturing the gain. Yep. Harm is accumulating faster than regulation can respond. And also the people who would put the regulation in place don't want to, because they like the money that they get from AI. Am I against LLMs? No. I think they have a use. I think they are a decent tool for some things. I think we're overusing them by trying to make them do things that they aren't well equipped for. But yeah. You ban people who try to argue your point. I didn't ban the person. I muted them for 30 seconds. Because they've been sitting in the chat going, you're not making any points. You're not making any points. You're not making any points, as I'm literally talking about the points. As one of the points is literally on the screen. Yeah, there's no way of stopping AI. I don't think we should try to stop it. I think we should do it in better ways. Hey, Devin, if I banned the person because they were making good points, why are they in the comments section again making comments? My point is that it's harmful. At the top of the screen, I'm showing the act of harm. How is that not a point? It's a point with the evidence backing it up. Oh, that's one you could have killed. That is a wasp. And now it has flown away because it got beat the crap out of by my cat. Well, the ways to make it less harmful is not going to do anything because there's always going to be people. Okay, then why is it less harmful over in China? China has people, right? But they have not been dealing with the harm that I directly point to. Spicy snack. Yeah. I am so scared my cat is going to try to eat a wasp at some point and going to get stung. I try to stop her every single time. There's sometimes I just don't notice until it's too late, like just then. AI may even have a negative psychological effect on young people. The studies are currently being done on the effect that AI has on uh, cognitive abilities, and it's not looking good. Like, it's not looking irreparable, for one thing. Like, but it is still, as people have been using AI more, it looks like it causes some cognitive decline. Granted, we also saw it with things like calculators. Dude only reading messages that strike his ego. I'm reading whatever messages I can catch as they go past. I try not to read ones that are replies to other users, but I try to read every message that goes past, and if it's something that I should read on stream, I do, even if it's not in agreement with me. Ironically, it was the US that made China's LLMs more efficient with their sanctions on chips. Not entirely. Yes, that is one of the factors that went into it, but the other is that China actually has regulations on power use for things like this. And so, like, by default, they work from a ground up model where they're trying to go with, okay, what's the most that we can get out of limited resources and then increase the resources from there. Where the US tends to go with the model of, let's throw as many resources as humanly possible at it and then expand those resources later. Like, yeah. Coopolis, how is it fake news? What exactly is fake news? Be more descriptive. Stop letting the lack of your cognitive ability due to your use of AI get in the way of you making a coherent point. Why is AI being so heavily invested in? Because of the hype. Um, because big companies wanted to push it and invest in it because early on they thought it was going to be the future, but then they realized, oh, it's more of an investment thing, and it became a bubble. It's why we're seeing things like this. It's an investment because people invested in it and they saw a lot of money. This is the initial reason it became an investment, is because these companies actually wanted to push the technology, so they invested in it a lot. And because it became an investment, it became an investment. Like, that's kind of how it works. Like, the big companies invest in it early on, and when it gets inflated really quickly because of this investment, other people go, oh, if I put money into that, then I'll get more money out. Yeah, no, it doesn't seem like people were around for the .com bubble. The other thing that you can look at that is an example of the same exact thing is the tulip mania. Yeah, rich people want number to go up. how many years until people consider AI a necessity? I don't think what we currently see as AI is going to be seen as a necessity. Because currently what we're calling AI is just large language models. And so, like, yes, it'll be something that is included in some stuff, but it's not going to be as extreme as it is now. Like, there's countless technologies that are similar to this that are revolutionary, but aren't as heavily used as time goes on. Because we start realizing that there's more harm in it, and we start realizing, oh, we're not actually getting as much benefit from it, but there are some ways we can get benefits from it if we actually focus what it's used for. What most people think of as AI right now is large language models because of the marketing and the hype. Large language models are not AI. They are not actively learning. Yeah, it's not in the interest of rich people to use AI for good. Yeah, Evil Ghost. I think we agree on a lot of things, but you came in very hot thinking that we would disagree on a lot of things. But what do you mean AI is harmful? Harmful to what? Harmful to people at pretty much every level. The data centers do drastic amounts of harm. That is a really annoying ad that is flashing right there. I'm gonna scroll down for a second until it stops flashing. Um, the data centers create harm in the areas that they are installed in, and we are installing more data centers than we have in previous years. We are in March of this year, we had around 3,000 data centers in the US. Projected by March of next year, we are going to have 1,500 more data centers. We are increasing how many data centers we have by half of what we have. When AI start learning stuff, I missed the rest of your comment. When AI start learning stuff, I genuinely gonna start using it daily. Yeah, but the thing is, I don't think LLMs are going to be actively learning things. Yeah, LLMs are good ways to do text prediction. And that's what they're designed for. We started pushing them to do other things, and like generative AI, quite a few of them use LLMs as the back end and just translate an image into something the LLM can comprehend and then retranslate it back out. Is there no other ways to cool them other than water, air, things like that? What's the number one reason they are harmful? I don't think there's a number one reason. I think there's a bunch of reasons it's harmful. It's detrimental to the people who are using it because when you start using it more and more, you start noticing a cognitive decline. It's also harmful to the people that use it because there is such a high uh, hallucination rate in quite a few of the models. And over time, as we've gotten new models, it seems like quite a few of them get worse with hallucinations. What LLMs do you use? I've used ChatGPT, I've used Claude, I've used Grok for a very short amount of time. Um, Gemini is one of my favorites. I know there's a bunch of others, but those are the main ones I've used. So what's your solution to this? We need to be more careful about how we're using large language models. It's not a tool for every day, every single task. Like companies are trying to push it as, and we shouldn't be forcing ourselves to try to find a reason to use an LLM or AI. Because when we start doing that, then we're less reliant on our own cognitive ability and we start losing our own cognitive ability. On top of that, we should start adopting the model that China has been using more so, where they do it from the ground up with limited resources. Because then we actually go with those limited resources, max out what we can do with those resources, and have a very optimized tool that when we expand it to use more resources, it is way more powerful. Why do people complain about AI water usage? Because the AI water usage is very harmful to a lot of states in the United States. I mean, heck, in Texas, they're having major issues in some areas because they've used up more water before they've even gotten to summer. And so they're going to be facing major issues, especially after this year where we have had quite a few areas that aren't getting the normal water they get. What the hell is Chinese AI labs even doing, bro? They're making models that are on par with a lot of US models. They're a little bit behind the current US model because US tends to just throw as many resources at things and then optimize it never. Yeah, they're trying to make LLMs seem more advanced than they are. And like, yes, there's some great use cases for them, but not a ton. What do you mean by bubble? Do you not know about the .com bubble? I recommend looking up the .com bubble and seeing what happened after that. If you want to know more on a base level of how bubbles work, I recommend looking at Tulip Mania from the 1600s. That, like, a lot of schools use this as a way to educate people about bubbles and crazes and how investments can go very wrong. Let me let my cat out really quick. You want to go outside? You want to go outside? Founder IQ app. I don't even mention the water stuff for AI because that's not the main issue. Just someone asked me about water. I think it was you even. Most of the harm that comes from data centers is the noise pollution, the heat pollution, and the lack of regulation. Like, yes, there's other things that cause harm. Does that mean if my house is on fire, I'm not going to criticize the person standing at the corner of my house with a flamethrower, adding more heat to the fire? Like, I can be concerned about more than one thing at a time, but this live stream, like, yes, I'm going to pick a specific topic. AI data centers cause a lot of noise pollution. Data centers themselves cause some noise pollution, but so one of the things is AI data centers use more, like most data centers, at least quite a few data centers, just provide data. And so they're quieter because they're not producing as much heat. Processing stuff uses a lot more heat, especially when you're doing processing using CPUs and GPUs. AI uses a lot of GPUs. That generates a lot more heat than most data centers would normally do. Like the only comparable thing is like research data centers that use a lot of GPUs to try to do like folding and things like that. Yeah, if they have on-site natural gas, those things are basically jet engines. I've lived near a power plant that had like I want to say three natural gas generators that were from submarines originally, those things were loud. And like when you have multiple of them, they create this weird funnel of sound where there's areas that will be hit with the sound way more than other areas. And it can even be like up close to it, you can't hear the sound as much, but as you get further away, it's so much louder. Yeah, the hum is it's weird. It's a weird thing to try to describe when you haven't experienced it yourself because you don't think sound would work that way, but it does when it's under certain circumstances. Do underwater data centers pollute anything? I mean, they can cause pollutants, but a little bit less. But the problem is, if we started putting all of our AI data centers in the water, we would be heating up the water and causing an ecological crisis. And we'd also be causing an ecological crisis on the surface because as you heat up water, it's not able to hold in gas as much as it was before. Like, if you've ever opened up a can of pop that's in the fridge compared to a can of pop that's been sitting out on the counter, you know the one that you open that's on the counter is going to put out more gas, where the one you pull out from the fridge has like that nice, crisp, quick little tss instead of from the one that's on the counter. So if we heat up the water, it's going to let more gas out, which is going to cause more greenhouse gases to be in the atmosphere, which is going to cause heat levels to rise even more. Yeah, the sound pollution thing has to do with waves canceling each other out or themselves out. I mean, there's good solutions for data centers to not be as horrible as they are, but in the US, we have a methodology of expansion good, risks care about later or never. Ooh, where you live, there's 2 data centers still under construction. Let me know how that goes in the future if it once they're complete. Yeah, I want to do this one and that one because I can do it twice. I'm really glad that we made sure that the data center that was going in my area got canceled because that was going to be a nightmare. Ooh, there we go. Let's use that. Put them in space. Yeah. No, I love all the people doing actual breakdowns showing why putting them in space is just going to be even worse and not actually going to be useful in any way. Yeah, capitalism stifles innovation and competition. Yeah. I think the easy use of AI isn't a bad thing right now. But the way it's being used is a bad thing. Build them on the sun. Yeah, there we go. We'll get rid of the heat problems by putting them on the sun. Can we also put Elon there while we're at it? Watch, he's gonna sue me because I said that. Oh, it's on the other side of this? Okay. Hey, a might increase. Yeah, if we just put it on the sun and put a bunch of solar panels, it should be able to do just fine, right? Everything about the casual normalized use of LLM chatbots is odd to me. Feels like a psyop. Honestly, it seems a little weird. Like, but it makes sense when you look at how much money companies are investing in it. You're an IT guy and don't see the value in AI. Trade what did I say specifically about the value of AI? Don't you believe that all forms of technology impact our Earth heavily? Some do it way heavier than others, and some of them like try to be as low impact as possible, but like there's no way to be zero impact for a lot of them. It's just a matter of if they're actually trying to be low impact or not. AI is one of those that is not trying to be low impact. It doesn't really care how big the impact is because it makes them money. How's it going, Axis? Okay, if the two data centers that are being built near you belong to China and Malaysia, it'll probably be better than the US data centers that we're getting. M. Pollen, or however you pronounce your name. How exactly are AI systems trying to be lower impact? What exactly are they doing to try to be low impact? Yeah, Google has done research to make it so their models like don't use as much requirements, but not everyone is running Google's systems. Not everyone is taking on the way that Google is running them. Here, do you want me to prove that they're not going for low impact? I can prove it very easily. How exactly are they trying to be low impact when one of the proposals is for a 40,000 acre data center campus? One that uses 9 gigawatts of power in a state that only uses 4 gigawatts of power. The thing is, they're not trying to go with low impact versions because even with the Google thing of it being able to reduce how much like resources it uses, that just means that the companies are going, okay, now that it only uses a third of the resources, we can pack 3 of them into one unit and we have 3 times more AI. The AI data center campus that is being proposed for Utah has nothing to do with AI. Okay, good point. Totally understandable. The AI data center campus doesn't have anything to do with AI. Okay. At this point, it's fairly clear that you don't actually have a good point. You're just spitting out things, hoping that you have, like, can say something that will win the argument. You're not actually listening to what I say or what I'm talking about. Same thing was said about the calculator. So they said that the calculator was causing heat damage to local areas. They said that the calculator was causing noise to the local areas. in such a degree that people are having a hard time sleeping. Okay, I must have missed that about calculators. It's my opinion on data savers from TikTok, Instagram, YouTube. What do you mean? Traden, when did I say anything about energy use as one of the major issues with AI? I don't bring up their power usage because there is a solution for that. They're just not doing it. Do me a favor and stick to the things I actually talk about instead of making up a fake person that you can argue against. I didn't say that the power was a major harm because there's a solution for that. The reason I brought up power at all is because I was talking about how Google's solution brought down how much resources it uses, but it still uses the same amount of power because they're just cramming more into the same system. What's the solution? I think one of the solutions is if we go with more closely a model like China uses for this type of stuff, where it's from the ground up, where it's limited resources to start, so that way you have to optimize it better, and then you have a better product in the end. And then when you expand out how many resources it has, it's able to grow better instead of just being a bloated piece of garbage that you've given unlimited resources to. Because, like, yes, Google has found ways to optimize it, but most companies are not trying to optimize it. They're just trying to give it more space to grow instead of trying to optimize it to make use of the space more effectively. The main issue I have, whatever your fucking name is, it's Pauline or something like that, is the corporations and how they're actually doing it. And how the US is going about all of this stuff at this point. Do I support building data centers if it's done in a decent way that isn't harmful to local communities? I'm not going to bother saying your name the way you want it pronounced because you haven't bothered listening to the argument that I have. You've been making up an argument for someone else and then trying to state things against that. So why should I bother with your name in a proper way, Pollen? And you didn't even listen to what I said about the fact that Google has reduced the requirements for the same products. If you're not going to respect me, why should I bother respecting you? No, I didn't ignore your point. I literally responded to your point saying, yes, I agree with you. My main issue is with how the US is doing it. You're not even listening to me. Like, that's my entire point right there, is you're not listening to me, and then you're debating something that I didn't say. Because you're here for an argument and you want to win the argument instead of actually listening. So, yeah. Why should I bother? I don't have enough mana to do that one. That was going to be fun. I only have 5, so let's do that. That might give me a new card. Yes, there we go. I have to play it twice, so it'll actually take effect. Then I can do that. That did a lot. Oh yeah, it's really cool. Like, the stuff that Google has been able to do and what they've been trying to do has been cool, but at the same time, they're still, like, the overarching way we do things in the US, Google is not like the leading one in AI right now. I mean, heck, even when Google started doing AI stuff, it was after most other companies, like before they had something that was viable and actually showed any promise whatsoever. Okay, Pullen, I'm just going to mute you for 5 minutes and see if you're still here by the end of it. Actually, 30 seconds, but whatever. Because now you're just complaining about me instead of addressing any of the fucking things I said in response to you. Like, that, why should I bother with a dishonest interlocutor? Like, genuinely. Aren't there servers for every social media platform accounting for 60% of the energy usage? Honestly, I'm willing to bet that it's switched over to AI as being the main power usage at this point. And also, yeah, we can do better on how we are using social media and how we are doing the data centers for social media. I never said that they're not an issue. What is a bubble? If you actually want to learn about bubbles and what bubbles are, like an economic bubble, I recommend looking up the tulip craze or tulip mania. It was an event that happened back in the 1600s in the Netherlands, where a lot of people started investing in tulips. Like, honestly, that's the best way to learn about it at like a basic level. Hi, Sush. You want head rubs? My cat is just like right down here going, I want pets. Give me pets. Hey. Are those good head rubs? You got good scratches? You want up on my lap now? Okay, let me move. At least today I'm able to actually play a game while talking about this. Past few times I've tried to play a game while talking about this, it's not gone well. Like, I've had to stop so frequently to argue with the people who are making very bad points in the comments. Today it's been a lot like less crappy people in the comments making horrible points. Now I just get a cat on my lap, getting pets. Want me to move over here? Oh yeah, the 90s Beanie Baby craze is another one. Hope that AI becomes so good that communism's going to be possible. Honestly, the downside is one of my favorite creators talks about it when it with what's it called? Replicators. Like food replicators. If we have capitalism before we create those things, then it turns out bad. If we have communism before we create replicators and AI, it turns out better. Because when you have greed behind the things, the outlook is not so good. Now I get to pet my cat. Look at that cat tail. Look at that cat tail. Yeah. Oh, yeah. What? Want more Bus Max? Oh yeah, madam. I'm worried about that type of stuff with the US right now so much. Um it's shocking that okay, it's not really shocking that the US has gone down the path, but it's shocking how rapidly we've gone down the path. Let's see if anyone else comes in with any more lovely attempts to say that I'm dumb and wrong. Yeah, the Ellison deal is. As someone who wanted to go into journalism, yeah. I'm fairly certain that newest comment was a joke. Unless nobody thinks I'm wrong and can actually articulate it. But I think it was a joke. Holy cow. Also, there's 15 new things on here that it's not scrolling down. What am I wrong about exactly? Do, 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 do. This game is so much fun. I think I am addicted to this game like none other. Explain how LLMs are running out of Who said LLMs are running out of data? Like they're running out of good data possibly because there's AI slop now that they have to go through, and that kind of makes it so their data isn't as good. But I went to school. I literally went to college for robotics engineering. Nobody, I'm not going to explain anything until you tell me what I'm incorrect about because you said I was wrong. And then you started jumping to other things. What exactly am I wrong about? Yeah. No, that's a very good point. Woko, the fact that developed country destroyed the environment then prevent any other countries from developing. Yeah. Nobody. You said I was wrong. What specifically am I wrong about? You made the statement. So how am I supposed to tell you what part of the statement? Who is Alex? I have no clue. Who's Alex? Oh, wow. I unlocked a ton of stuff that round. Okay, let's see if I can upgrade some of my stuff. I want to get that one because that'll mean I am higher level. Oh, that's settings. Ooh, what's this? Ooh, fortune teller. Yeah, I want to keep mana between turns. Is AI water wastage a real problem? It is in a lot of circumstances. They do have ways to make it not as bad, but because so many of the data centers that they're trying to build, um, they're just trying to do fast and quickly. They don't tend to do the methods that make it so that it's not going to use as much water. It's not going to be as bad on the water table. Texas is one of the places where they haven't been doing the decent ones, and it's causing more problems for them. Nobody LLMs relying like running out of data isn't what is causing a bubble. And again, I don't know what you mean by LLMs running out of data. Do you mean running out of usable data? Running out of non-slop data? Also, again, you're not telling me what I was wrong about. You're just making other points instead of actually saying what I was wrong about. I'm going to give you one last chance. Tell me what I was wrong about. Either that or you're going on mute so I can actually talk to the other people who actually have questions and actually want to have a conversation. If there's no AI, people would suffer. How would they suffer exactly? Were they suffering from a lack of AI like 10 years ago? AI data centers are directly harmful. And the reason we're building the data centers like we are is because of corporate greed and pushing AI so expansively. So in the US, LLM and AI data centers are harmful. And that is caused by how AI and LLM data centers are being built. At a fundamental level, it's still on the AI and data centers. Like, that's the root cause of them building them. It's powered and fueled by corporate greed, but it's still AI and LLM. It's not all data centers. Should we build them in China? China would not let us build the data centers that we are building here. China has more restrictions and rules on things like that. Hence why China has the better method for how they've been building out their data centers and how they've been handling AI and LLMs. I think there's a lot of places that are getting dependent on AI, and so any change in the AI world is going to cause a lot of harm for them. Oh, I would not call old school chatbots AI. Like, there's some that were fairly cool, but they were not AI. Oh, Felix, I get heated with some people because they get to a point where I'm just like, okay, it'll be fun to get heated with you on video, and if I want to, I can clip it later. Most of the old like chatbots like that used if then statements, and they just used oh, what's it called? There's a term for software that is able to actually understand like a sentence structure. I can't remember what it's called off the top of my head. I've had to work with them multiple times. But like, that was just really well done so it could feed it into an if then statement decently. And then some of them could build a sentence structure if needed. But it wasn't AI. It was just if then statements really well done. Granted, current like large language models are still just major like impressive if then statements that are made by learning like AI tactics, like how we train most normal AI and how we do AI stuff currently. But yeah. I'm glad you're employed. I'm self-employed. And nobody, that still wasn't an answer to my question. Yes, China is building data centers and nuclear power plants in the middle of their cities because they have better regulations on how those things operate, so that if something goes wrong, it's not going to be as much of a catastrophe as it is in the US. If AI is a bubble, you are a burger. AI is a bubble because of how people have been investing in it. Things like Allbirds shows you that fairly easily. Okay, nobody, this is your last chance. Tell me specifically what I'm incorrect about. Either that, or you go into the Shadow Realm for the time being. Yeah, China's also nobody. I can show it literally on the screen. The way the US is doing AI and building out the infrastructure for AI is harmful. And then LLMs and AI on their own is also harmful because of the cognitive issues it gives to people who overuse it. When was this published? This was published in April. Do they actually cite the source? Hey, they actually quote things. Notably less brain activity. And nobody, yes, I've said that LLMs and AI are fantastic for medical things. That doesn't mean it's not still harmful. Do you think I'm saying that it's harmful and it has no use whatsoever? So you're creating another straw man in your head. Woko, I'm actually pointing to the direct harm. I'm not saying that it's harmful without backing up what I'm saying. Do you want me to pull up their actual quote? Because I can go from here, find the actual reference that they're going from. Oh my god, I found the actual reference it's going from. So is MIT not a good enough source for you? Nobody? Thoughts on what happens when the bubble pops? I get the feeling that Oracle will be filing for bankruptcy. Nobody. Is the MIT reference valid to you? The quote was from a scholarly source. It was from MIT. But what will the I can't even speak now. But what will the bubble popping mean for the average citizen? Felix asked over on TikTok. Um, Honestly, not a ton of change. Like, because when the bubble pops, that just means the big players will be pulling out of investing in it, and so most likely we will see more innovation and how to phrase it, like it will use less resources over time, because currently the model that the US has been going off of is throw as many resources at it, and yeah, instead of the Chinese model of working with limited resources and then building up from there. Nobody, you want the link? It's brainonllm.com. There's definitely a bubble. Yep. Fine. media.mit.edu/project/your-brain-on-chatgpt/overview. Where at the top of it, check out the project's website for the MIT project, brainonllm.com. Like, seriously, dude. So help me. Let me see. It's actively being written. Nobody. It's actively being written. The research started in 2025, but is currently actively being done. Literally, when I go to the bottom of the page, when I go all the way down here and I click on the first person who's on this project, what organization is this? Nobody? You said it wasn't MIT when I said the link to it. You said it wasn't MIT, so it. Where am I? Nobody? Thank you, Forever Happy Guy. Nobody. This is the continuing research. Oh my fucking God, dude. Literally, when you look at this program, it is an active program where they're continuing to research it. Nobody. At this point, I'm done with you. I'm not going to bother with any more of your comments because you haven't been specific when I've asked you what I'm incorrect about. You've just been vague because you don't actually have an answer. Then when I give you a source, you're just like, well, that's not a scholarly source, even though it's a direct quote from the MIT researcher. Then when I take you to the program and you ask for a link, I give you the link that they created so that it would be easier to share with people. And you go, well, it's not MIT's site, so it's not them. Even though it's literally an MIT researcher going through the MIT site. They just have an external site, so it's easier for you to reference the external site instead of the long media.mit.edu site. You just want any reason to discredit anything that doesn't agree with you. And that's the mentality that I figured you had. You don't actually want to look at the data. You just want to disagree. Right? That's literally what you want to do. You just want to disagree with it no matter what. And so that's the mentality you're going into this. That's why when I ask you for specifics, you just give more vaguity. Now at this point, I'm done trying with you because you don't bother coming with specifics. You just come with vaguity because you don't have anything to stand on. I'm done. You can move on. You're muted. I'm not going to bother with any more of your comments. My cat's going to break something? No, I literally built those shelves for my cats. One of my cats literally goes up on the very top. She usually lounges right in front of the Indiana Jones Lego. Yeah, Forever Happy Guy. I don't understand the people who, like, refuse to realize when I'm saying it's harmful. I'm not saying it's not useful. Or I'm not saying it's not useful. LLMs have a good use. AI has good uses. It's just currently in the way that we're doing things, it's harmful. This live is AI? What part of this live is AI? Yeah, no, I don't understand the people who say it's not a bubble because it's delivering something or it's doing something. No, it can still be a bubble. Like tulips delivered things, tulips had benefits, didn't mean that there wasn't a tulip bubble in the 1600s. Yeah, we're actively dumbing ourselves down. Really glad this exists. I think after this, I'm going to create a source document with like what I refer to. Coldest CEO David, it's not a bubble. So when we look at companies announcing that they are going to suddenly do something AI, which is not within their wheelhouse at all, we don't see massive investments in those companies. We don't see most of the money that is being used in the AI sector changing hands amongst the same like 10 companies going back and forth, artificially inflating it. How long for the bubble to burst? Honestly, I'm shocked it didn't when Nvidia pulled out and Disney pulled out. Um, like I don't know what the next thing is going to be that would be the cause of the bubble popping, but honestly, the output is insane for business owners. I'm a business owner. What is the output that is insane? Because it being a bubble is not reliant on someone downstream not getting value. Okay, so you're getting benefit out of it for your business. That doesn't mean it's not a bubble. You do realize both these things can be true at the same time, right? How does you getting value of it mean it's not a bubble? People got value out of websites when the .com bubble was happening. But by your standard, that would mean it's not a bubble, right? So the .com bubble was not a bubble, right? You probably made this diagram with AI. I'm on a website. I didn't make this diagram. Also, if you want, I can go to the version of the diagram that a fan of mine sent me. What's my take on job automation? Will it ever happen? It's constantly happening at all times. We're constantly automating jobs out of existence and then replacing them with different jobs. Granted, usually we automate like 10 jobs away and create one job. So it's not great, but it still happens. It's not a bubble if it's creating economic value. .coms created economic value. So the .com bubble was not a bubble? No, like that's not part of the definition of a bubble. I'm kind of worried that a CEO doesn't know what an economic bubble is. Just saying. Yeah, same as the housing crash in 2008. Like that was a bubble, but it was creating economic value, right? Like and usually the economic value that we're getting as business owners or corporations are getting at the lower end, downstream from the top level part of AI, doesn't equate to the amount of money that's being traded in this diagram. Coldest CEO, how did I just prove your point? So, because I switched from the .com bubble to mention the housing crash, you're going with the housing crash instead of noticing all of the things I said about the .com bubble. Got it. You're cherry picking what I talk about so that you can feel right. That sounds very CEO-ish of you. I'm not going to bother with your comments anymore. Which will probably hurt your feelings because CEOs are typically narcissists. And isn't there, let me find the study on that one. There was a study that showed something else about CEOs, but let me pull it up first. Ah, here we go. Yeah. American Psychological Association. Yeah. We tend to see more psychopaths in the C-suite model. So, good job, CEO David. Oh, wait, you're in the C suite. Okay, yeah. Just FYI, there's been studies on this. Oh yeah, usually CEOs are narcissists because that's how they get to the top. So you argue with these people. That's probably why your hair is gone. No, my hair is gone because I have a high amount of testosterone in my body. I have a lot of friends who are in C-suite positions, and I have multiple of them that will openly admit that they are narcissists and they might have psychopathic tendencies or psychopathy tendencies, I think is the term now. Does AI increase testosterone? Can you kiss my head? It's not smooth enough today. I just shaved it with like the buzzer today, so it's not super smooth. Bearded, stop with the science and logic. They won't get it. You look like you play Warframe. I've never actually played Warframe. I downloaded it at one point in time because some of the YouTubers I watched played it. So what's the conclusion? What do we do after accepting your argument? We try to move towards more socially economical options. We try to actually realize that it's doing harm so that we can actually make decisions to make it less harmful. One of the things to make it less harmful is to not use it for random slop, because most of the big companies are trying to push us to use it for random slop so they can justify all the investments that they make. Where if we start trying to push them to move towards doing the Chinese model and things like that, they are going to resist that. So we need to push for the bubble to pop. If we stop using it like they want us to, then the bubble will pop and we can do things at more of a social economic value than a capital economic value. My hairline is AI generated. Then becomes socialism. I mean, I am someone who likes communism and socialism, but I don't think we're ever going to get to that point here in the US. But that's not what I'm saying we should do when it comes to AI. I'm saying we should actually prioritize social good instead of commercial good. That's a good point, Forever Happy Guy. Most likely, the bubble popping will actually create more opportunity, jobs, and more income in a lot of different fields because it's going to separate it out of this massive bubble into smaller downstream things. Yeah, Woko. The problem is they're going to replace a lot of jobs with AI and large language models, and it's not actually going to bring them value. Eventually, they're going to have to hire people back. But also at the same time, when they're trying to fire off all these employees, they're not creating any way for those employees to live in the future. They're just going, oh, I want to be rich, so it'd be better if these 50 people die off and I get their money. Like, that's the mentality they're going with, not we want to create something for everyone. I know quite a few places that are trying to replace workers with AI chatbots, and it. How many times does it have to go wrong, and how many times does it not have to work for us to realize it's not the best solution? AI chatbots should be a tool that someone uses who works for the company. It should be a reference. Think like if you've ever watched the show Loki. Imagine if they took the little AI clock thing and had it replace all of the workers that go out instead of it being something that supports the workers. Loki is using AI in an actual good way. Verizon call centers use AI voice modulators on calls, like to change the voice of the technician. Because I'll be honest, if they're doing that, I kind of like that because it kind of protects the worker a little bit more. And like that's one of those jobs where they get screamed at, and then the person tries calling back to get the same person so they can scream at them more. I've had workers who work. I've had friends who work in call centers. But we could generate Facebook memes with it. Yeah. Okay, if anyone has more questions about it, let me know. I'm going to play a little bit more of Vampire Crawler because it's fun. Honestly, I really, really like that. Like, because, like, even if they're doing it so they can outsource call centers to another country, having like a different sounding voice protects that worker so much more. Ooh, the library. Yay. I'm doing pretty good, soccer man. I'm having fun seeing what weird things people say. Dang it, I was gonna use the money next. Okay. Let's see how yeah, this guy. Let's go with Poe and a garlic. Yeah, let's get a fire wand next. Ooh, if I can play garlic, then garlic. That'd be cool. I know there's also like weird secrets that you don't spot every time. So you do work IT for a living. Yeah. I am an IT contractor. I run a computer repair shop in my free time because I needed something to do when I wasn't working. But yes, I work IT. I'm currently trying to find a new job in IT so I can work full time IT again because the computer repair stuff is not as viable as it was 2 years ago. Oh, I can see how having the voice modulator on there would cause a delay, and that would be frustrating. But at the same time, I feel like it's not the end of the world. Yes, make my character more powerful. Mwahaha. GPU repair is so finicky and annoying. It's honestly not worth it. Probably like once a month, I'll get someone asking if we do GPU repair. And like currently, it's a little bit more worth it because of how pricey GPUs are. but still, it's not really worth it. How long have I been streaming for? 4 hours. Okay, that's kind of what I figured. Do IT people make good salary? Make okay salary. Depends on where you're working, honestly. Like, a lot of places are going to try to shortchange you as much as possible when you work IT. So, holy amount of cards, Batman. Let's do that and that. I originally started out trying to build out my own IT company, but honestly, just so many headaches. And literally, I built out my IT company right before 2020. And that is part of the worst problem. Oh, yeah, the RAM shortage is way worse than the GPU shortage because you won't be able to use the RAM once it's available again. Like, the RAM that went into an AI system is not going to be usable for anyone else. Every time someone does a vibe code, 30K in technical debt appears like magic. Yeah, it's going to be fun to read Reddit over the next decade to see like people posting their IT horror stories of, yeah, we just found more vibe code. That's my entire week now, is this vibe code that we found. I evolved a card. Nice. Ugh. I need to go make food soon. Oh, it's like 7. I didn't even know what time it was. Okay, I want to use the light tone, but I want it to really be more powerful. The amount of things I fixed with zip ties and chewing gum, it's a little weird, but it's the fun part about working in IT. Sometimes you fix things in really weird, dumb ways, and you're just like, yeah, that shouldn't have worked, but it works. No one touch it. What was my project in my first CV? One of the main things I used to point to, and I do sometimes now, is um, I was one of the main people making a very specific system for my entire state work. So you know how like there's those different numbers in different states that you can dial, like uh 311 will usually get you to your city resources. I helped build out one of those systems on like the database end and the resources end that were being provided over the phone. It was a massive rollout, and like everyone in my state knows what that system is and usually know like how much went in on the back end for it. And so I can usually reference that. Okay, soccer man, why don't you make a million? I think a lot of people have confidence that they could make a ton of money, but then when they actually get into the field, they realize, oh, it's not as easy as I thought it would be to make money. It's easy if you start with a shit ton of money to make a ton of money, but it's not easy when you just start out and you have nothing. I want the ones that add more mana. That and then that. Why is it harmful? Yeah, that wasn't the right tab. There we go. This one. So why is it harmful? So first of all, at the user level, we are actually seeing cognitive decline in people who are using things like ChatGPT and other large language models. Because the more they rely on them, the less their brain is actually able to function like it was. Yes, you can build back up to having the same amount of brain function before you were using large language models, but still, as you offload your thought processes onto a large language model or AI, you start to have a cognitive decline. This is out of MIT. MIT researchers still actively researching it, so we have more information. And then if we look at the data center level, we see the amount of noise pollution and heat pollution that they give off are disrupting a lot of different communities. And it's just screwing over a lot of people because they can't exactly leave the place that they live to move to a different place because that's a pain in the butt to do that. So the noise levels and the heat levels are just causing so many more issues for them. Not to even mention the power issues where the price of power in their areas is going up because of the data centers. I never said that AI can't help us. I never said that AI isn't useful in some ways. It's just the harm outweighs the benefit right now, especially with the way that the US is doing it. I mean, there's not a lot of toxic fumes that come off of data centers. I'd love to see a study to see what they are, but I doubt there's much of anything because most of it is just cooling. Why is it a bubble? This is why it's not a why it is a bubble. Because most of the money that is being used for AI, like most of the investment funds and things like that, are just investments from other companies. It's not actually revenue generating, at least not to the level that they would need it to be actual self-sustaining. Um, a lot of like after some of these companies have stopped investing or removed their investment or canceled their investment, we've seen a lot of the AI companies that were pushing out new data centers and things like that canceling quite a few of their data centers. And then on top of that, for more evidence that it's a bubble, we see companies like this, where when Allbirds made their announcement that they would suddenly be going into AI, even though they were a shoe company originally, their stock price went up by 6 times. Like, this is a 600% increase. No, Andy, AI itself is still harmful. Your brain on Chat GPT, we see a cognitive decline from actual use. Yeah, like at every level, it has harm. Yeah, the amount of people that I see using AI chatbots to do a ton of their work, it honestly worries me so much because that's just adding more cognitive decline. Correct, but let's assume there existed regulations for people to not interface it with it in that way. Okay, so in a perfect world where it's not harmful, it's not harmful. That's not the world we currently live in. That's not the use of it currently. That's not what the data centers are doing currently. Companies are trying to push it out more and more so that people are reliant on it more and more and causing more cognitive decline. Oh, it was the Memphis data center. Yeah, I did see stuff about that. Let me pull that one up. Oh, it's because they also put in a power plant. So the reason it was poisoning the area is because they put a power plant that they weren't like supposed to put in there and they didn't have regulation for. I'm not going to use that source because some people will be upset with that source. Yeah, there we go. There's one. Is there a chance that AI will not harm us? I mean, doubtfully, but it's more of a risk benefit analysis. The harm that it does, you should always like be looking at if it's a benefit more or not. Let's see. That one goes with that. Actually, let me create a new group really quick. New group. Brain. And let me move these ones over because it's about the cognitive decline. There we go. Yeah, nuclear power plants are one of the cleanest power sources, and I'm a big proponent for nuclear power plants, especially modern ones that have the standards that we've been building out. I mean, there's plenty of really good nuclear power plants that could be built within the middle of residential areas without anyone noticing and no effect on the residential area, except for possibly a little bit of a heat increase, but not even close to what data centers are doing. I still haven't heard a proper answer than mental decline. Any other harms of local AI? I'm not really, I don't know about local AI because that's not the biggest thing that's causing issues right now. I'm looking at the biggest issue. And local AIs still have to be trained, which means they're still probably adding to the harm and damage that the other AIs are as well. Bust that thing open. I'll keep a fire wand in my hand if it deals more, if the rest of my stuff deals more damage. That'll be nice. So tinfoils, you're locally training AI. How exactly are you locally training an AI? So you missed what people were saying. Part of the harm also comes from the training of the model that you're using. Because, like, the other harm comes from the training of the model, not just the use of the model. So if you're using a local model that was trained, there's still harm there. Aw, dang it. I was going to be able to upgrade that so much. Yeah, it also depends on the training data and how biased it is and things like that. Yeah, like, I feel like they don't understand what I mean. Woo, I was able to use the high power one. Woo! Yeah, it's still, that's why I keep bringing up the fact that it was trained and the training process is part of the harm. And if you're using it for something so simplistic and such a remedial task that you can just use normal code to do, it just seems like a waste. Yeah, no, like that does seem to be the end of the thought process. I'm doing something cool with it and so want to feel justified in how I'm using it. And sorry, but like it's still causing harm. And like when I explain where the harm comes from in that circumstance, you seem to just be dismissive of it instead of listening. So, yeah, I want that one. Let's do that one next. That one. Yeah, like I don't think anyone's going to be able to fully avoid using AI, especially with how fast companies have been trying to push it into everything. But at the same time, you can cut back on some of the stuff that you do that uses AI. Like there are ways to mitigate how much you're using it without just stopping altogether. Like you don't need AI for everything. I'll openly admit I still use AI for when I'm going through emails because Google Gemini has really good tools for summarizing emails. Sometimes I need that. Yeah, I'm actually looking forward to hearing like news about like AIs that have been trained off of data that now has AI data in it, and so they're starting to progressively get worse because like we know that's coming. I figure after I beat this level, I'm probably going to be done for the day. Ooh, yes, more mana. Give me more mana. Garlic, light tome, armor, light tome. Add 10% luck and then increase the power of that thing. If I could give you a piece of advice for going into IT, the thing I would advise is building out a home lab. Use a local home lab to train on and learn things on, and just try to break things. Because as you do that, you'll start learning more and more, and you'll be able to do more and more. It's been a long while since I've hired anyone or helped companies hire anyone. But one of the things I used to ask was, do you have a home lab? Or like, what is your favorite thing to do in your home lab if they've mentioned that they have one? And then usually the other thing I tell people is, if you're looking for a job in IT and you're having trouble finding one, get a job in help desk, because then you're actively working in an IT type field and you're learning more as you go. So that way, when you get hired by a better company or a bigger job or the job you want, you have more experience that they can look at and want to hire you. Ooh, a weighty tome. Okay, I want light tome. Let's do that. Perfect. Did I go to college? Yes, I went to college for robotics engineering. Hence, one of the other reasons I talk about AI, because in college, it was before AI and like a lot of the tech we use these days was even really a thing. And so we had a lot of classes on like the ethics of AI and stuff like this. And so, like, seeing it now and people like not understanding the ramifications of things and not thinking about the ethics of things kind of drives me nuts. Also, I will freely admit I did not graduate college because I got bored. I spent too much time teaching classes than I was actually learning, because I knew how the stuff worked, so I could tutor the class. I need to play more Factorio. Would I agree that we just need to learn to adapt at this point? No, we need to learn to be more conscientious and actually think things through. I think that's the main issue that so many people have right now, is they don't actually think things through. They only think at like a surface level. Like, one of the biggest examples of that is, as I've been doing these streams talking about AI and saying that it's harmful, like, one of the things I will hear frequently is people will hop in not even knowing why I think it's harmful, and they'll say, "Well, we already have ways to solve for the power. We can just build nuclear power plants and that'll solve for the power." And I'm just like, that will also increase the heat, because nuclear power plants still give off heat. And so we're adding to the problems that I'm talking about, not actually solving any of them. Oh, nice. You got accepted into an IT program. That's cool. I still recommend building out a small home lab, even if you're still in school and learning, because it's a great way to test some of the stuff that you're learning. Because if you just use the stuff for your class and then don't like test it outside of class, you're not actually going to be retaining it as much. But if you learn something in class and then build something with that or do something with that thing that you just learned, you're more likely to actually retain that knowledge and use it long term. What's my recommendations on network engineering? Find old hardware and build a home lab with that. Like it's always the same thing when it comes down to it. It's build out a home lab and test, test, test. Like just try to do things, see what you can do, and see what you can break. Because if you break something, that means you get to learn how to fix something. Armor, weighted tome, or weighty tome, light tome, light tome, fire wand, candelabra. See, what can I add armor to? Oh, that'd be funny. I have a knife that adds armor. Yeah, if you're doing the software side of network engineering, then I definitely recommend having a home lab because then you have hardware you can test things on before like implementing them in your work and like you can learn a lot more. AI is a tool that can be good or bad, overvalued. Yeah, it's a massively overvalued tool that can have a lot of really good uses, but for the most part, we're not using it for those good uses. We're using it for slop. And so it's just kind of a waste of a really good resource. I did that in a bad order. Oh well. Yeah, thanks for hanging out, Soccer Man. I'm probably going to wrap up the stream soon so I can go get food. Those were claws in my leg. Light tome, weighty tome, light tome, light tome. Ain't sloppy AI are from well, I don't know what you're asking. Hey, thank you so much for the gifts. Oh god. Yeah, no, I know a lot of like because I have quite a few creator friends, I know quite a few that have the mentality of like building out an AI bot that will pretty much earn them money. And it drives me nuts a little bit, if I'm honest, because we're just getting AI slop. And so, like, they're ruining their own job market for the job they actually like just to earn money with something that they don't actually like that much. Oh, I can do all three of these. Yeah, no, like the like fake AI influencers that have been popping up so much, I see a ton of them like because I did videos talking about like scam devices. The companies that sell those scam devices have started using fake AI generated influencers to promote their scam devices. And so I see like each day like 10 different fake pretend influencers that are just AI slop. Can you ask about a computer? Yeah. My Tuesday and Thursday streams are going to mainly be when I answer any tech questions that people have. And then my random day streams or my Sunday streams are going to be whatever specific topic I want to talk about. At least that's my current thought process and goal. what is Windows corrupted or why is Windows corrupted. Windows can accidentally corrupt itself because of a bad update or because of something going wrong on the back end. It's There's a lot of different reasons why Windows can accidentally get corrupted. It's fairly normal. I mean, heck, I've even had Linux accidentally corrupt because of things. Do a light tone, that light tone, so I can get more. Do that. Ha ha. Ooh, that is a very mean looking enemy. Let's do that. Let's do that. And that. And that. And that. Ooh, let's get some rainbow armor up in here. We're gonna do armor. We're gonna do light tome, and then we're gonna do that, and then that, and fire one. Yeah, I know you're big and mean, and you can probably kill me in one more hit, but I do this, and I do this, and I do that. Oh yeah, one of my favorite. If you, the antivirus company Bitdefender has a lot of videos where they talk about people getting scammed by AI voice calls. Okay, I'm gonna use this to do that much damage to you. If Windows is stuck on the loading screen, then I recommend if you have access to another computer, building a USB Windows drive, like a Windows installer drive, plugging that into your computer, and there's an option for repair when you boot into that USB drive. Try to repair Windows using that. I can evolve. Yes, that's gonna be fun. Then most likely you're going to have to completely reinstall Windows because something has gone critically wrong on the back end. And like your only real option at that point is to reinstall Windows. Let's do garlic, King Bible, and then that. Do, 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 do. Ooh, I can get another weighty tome. Dang it, that was money. That was more money. I wanted food. Do I pay for a Windows license? Yes. I have bought at this point probably 6 Windows licenses in the past decade. I mean, based off of everything you've told me, you need to reinstall Windows. Like that's pretty much the limit of my knowledge at that point. Because what you're describing is Windows having a major issue and it can't repair itself properly. So, like at that point, you're just at the point where you just have to reinstall Windows. Like there might be a hardware problem on top of it, but no matter what, you're gonna have to reinstall Windows to get anything working to find out what's going on fully. Double damage. Haha! Huzzah! I beat the enemy. Feel like I should talk like an NPC sometimes, especially when I'm doing a long live stream like this and my brain starts rotting. Yeah. That's going to be a tricky one to use and get the benefit from. What would I recommend for learning to, or recommend for getting into electronic repair? So the thing I would recommend, do you have a background in electronics? Because this is one of the things I would recommend for like learning and making sure you understand things decently is snap circuits. See if I can find like one of their good, yeah, like this. Because this helps you learn electronics a lot better, like visually, so you can understand a circuit and things like that. So I recommend something like this for learning electronics and learning the basics and things like that. And then usually I recommend going to a thrift store and buying electronics from there and trying things on them. Like learning how to repair them, how to modify them, what works, what doesn't work. And it's easier to practice on things like that because it's something that you don't care about as much because it was just a cheap thing you bought from a thrift store. And then I recommend like especially if you have cheap things like that from a thrift store that you can work on, learning how to desolder things and resolder them like repeatedly. How can you protect your PC from being broke? I mean, there's a few different things you can do. Having things like Bitdefender and Malwarebytes can help out a decent chunk, and then having software called PC Doctor Toolbox installed can help out a lot too because it can discover problems before they actually affect you. And PC Doctor Toolbox, I have a link for in my link tree or in my links list. If you go to the beardeditguy.com, you can find it. It's in my bio as well. Ooh, I get a whip. Haha. Huzzah. I have gotten a whip. Thank you for the thank you for the gift. As I'm being an idiot and like just streaming for a little bit longer so I can say I got to 5 hours. Yeah, I don't want to waste it on them. I can do the normal damage. I'm keeping my wild cards until I go up against the big bad enemy at the end of the level because I don't want to run out of the things that are going to help me. Ooh, thank you for the more gifts. Yeah, let's get this rainbow armor to be like super high. Okay. Whip, garlic, weighty tome. I should have done the whip and then the weighty tome, but did those in slightly the wrong order, but still. That light tome axe. Perfect. That can go out and do some damage, and then that can all do some damage. Oh, wow. Yeah, that did a lot of damage. Interesting statement to your right side. I mean, I have the stuff to back it up. Thanks, Johnny. Thanks for hanging out. Also, if anyone's watching and they want to know how to support me better than just following me on TikTok, follow me on the other platforms. Dang it, it didn't work. I need to restart that software again. Follow me on YouTube and Twitch and things like that because those platforms help me out more than TikTok does. and I'm trying to make those platforms more viable. So yeah, if you go to the beardeditguy.com, I have links to all my socials right at the top of the page. Dang it, I was hoping that was going to be a 0. Okay, let's do that. Let's do axe. Let's do that. Oh, my nose is so itchy today. I want, actually, if I do a garlic, okay, let's get rid of these guys. Okay, Poe, Light Tome, Whip, Light Tome, Hellfire, and that dude. All of the bombardment. Knife, Light Tome, Weighty Tome, Candle, Fire Wand, Garlic. Can a UPS protect a PC system from being broken? Kind of. It'll protect your computer from like issues with the power in your in your building, especially if you have like bad power lines in your building. It can help out a lot. Sorry to hear that, Doug, but I've heard that a lot today from a lot of different people. And it's a good point. Like, there's a lot of people who are without jobs right now because of how bad AI is and how bad companies have been implementing AI solutions and not realizing just how screwed they're making themselves in the long run. Light tome, axe. Dang it, I didn't have enough for that card. Candle, garlic, garlic, knife, weighty tome. Okay, I am nearly at 5 hours. Perfect. So, anyone who's still hanging around, thank you guys for hanging out with me today. It's been a long, fun stream. Wow, a scam coin jumped into my comment section. Yeah, you're instantly getting blocked. Like, really? Did you think that that was going to go well? Yeah, people have switched to like other operating systems because of the stuff in Windows, but it's such a minuscule amount. Like, the main thing I think that is going to be such a big driving force away from Windows is the fact that the French government is moving away from it. Like, that is such a big move right there. I get the feeling that a lot more places will be moving away from Windows, and we might actually see a different operating system taking a higher stance than Windows. Like, it'll still take a really long time to get there, but we might actually see other operating systems than Windows fairly soon. What would replace operating systems? Because someone said operating systems in general will slowly dissolve into the past. I snuck up from behind you. Wahaha. Claude Code. Please tell me that was a joke and like not a good one. Okay, how are you going to access Claude Code without an operating system? Vibe coding is terrible. LLMs are parrots. Yeah. I usually compare them more to mirrors because it's a mirror held up to like society and Reddit. But a parrot is another good option. Sure, blame it on it being a user's chat or something like that, not just that you don't understand what an operating system is and think that Claude Code is going to replace operating systems. That was a weird take. I'm probably going to clip that one and put it up online for people to see because it was a funny take. Not a great one, but a funny one. But it's also very telling that he instantly ran away and probably realized that he made a mistake. Axe. Yes! The knives do it again. See if I can reduce the mana cost. Yeah, if I can reduce the mana cost on that one, that would be nice. Oh no, it's the bad guy. I'm gone. Yeah, no, like he just really talked out of his butt there and like in such a bad way. So, anyone got anything left for me, or am I gonna head off for the day and go relax after a very long day and try to like break down all of this stuff? Oh, how did that not get into the brain one? Where's the brain one? That's the brain one. Yeah, I'm gonna go eat some food, probably Hot Pockets, if I'm honest. I'm probably gonna go eat Hot Pockets and relax. You know, I really wish that the company that produced this film, Amazon, and then there was another company with them. I wish they would do a live stream I could raid where it's just Rocky sleeping. Like I know they did the live stream for a while of Rocky sleeping and it was like 12 hours or something like that. But if they had a stream still up of that, that would be one that I would raid constantly. Got any recommendations, Maddie, for what I should raid? I need to start following some people so I can raid them as well. Inactivity noticed on TikTok. Oh no, I'm gonna have to end the stream soon because it noticed I'm inactive. Let me see if I can get this inactivity thing to go away. Nope, unable to do it. Please try again. The amount of times I have to do one of these captchas for TikTok so I can tell TikTok that I'm still here, it's ridiculous. Oh my gosh, yes, we're going to raid that channel. That is a sleeping otter. That is 2 sleepy otters. Oh my god, I didn't even notice the one with the ball. Okay, here we go. No, not that. I want the big window, not the little window. Ooh. No, stop trying to snap the thing. Go like this. So if you're over on Twitch right now, we're about to raid cute little. Oh my god, look at you, baby, baby. Yeah, we're gonna raid them with 2 viewers. Perfect. Thank you guys for hanging out with me. Feel free to follow me on Twitch, subscribe to me on YouTube. That helps me out a lot. And if you're on Twitch right now, go say hi to the cute auditors for me. Tell them the bearded IT guy sent you because it's so cute. Oh my gosh, they're so cute. And raid. There you guys go. Go have fun looking at the cute otters. I'm gonna follow their channel. Ah, just so cute. Okay, if you're on TikTok, I'm saying goodbye to you guys right now. You guys have been something. Chatters over on TikTok have been something. I'm gonna see you guys later. Everyone over on YouTube, thank you guys so much for hanging out with me. If you want to watch this live stream back, I'm gonna publish it right after I'm done, so you guys can watch it later on. There we go. TikTok's gone. Twitch is gone. Only ones left are the YouTube folks. Thank you guys for hanging out with me. You guys are fantastic, and you guys are helping me out a ton by watching these live streams. Even if you watch it later, thank you so much. I will see